Hello, everyone, and welcome to another edition of Mormon Stories Podcast. I'm your host, John Dehlin. It's June 6th, 2026, and today we have a very serious but important Mormon Stories episode. We are going to be talking about abuse and abuse cover-ups within the Mormon church context. And the types of main plot lines that we're going to be covering today are, number one, what happens when you marry a Mormon man and he becomes a Mormon bishop and a stake presidency member, and then you find out that he was a child abuser before he was ever called as bishop or into a Mormon stake presidency. And then what happens when you perceive the church to be covering up the sexual abuse of your husband, but then finally he is charged and it does become public. Then what happens when you feel like the church leaders that are supposed to be supporting you, specifically your stake president, aren't supporting you and seem to be more focused on protecting the church and its good name and legal issues than providing you pastoral support? And then finally, this is the most shocking part of all, what happens when the stake president that you believe was leading the cover-up of your ex-husband's child sexual abuse is promoted to Area Authority 70. This is not fictitious. This is a real story. It's a very serious one, and it's going to be an in-depth look at how the Mormon Church is handling child sexual abuse and reporting and cover-ups in the 2020s. And we have brought today to Mormon Stories Studio Rebecca Gooden to tell this story. Hey, Rebecca.
Hi.
Thank you so much for traveling from Pennsylvania to do this story.
Thanks for having us.
And then also joining us today to provide a support to Rebecca, but also to share his perspective as well, is Matthew Gooden, the son of Rebecca and the man we're going to be talking about today.
Thanks for having us on, John.
Yeah, thanks for joining us. All right, so there's a lot to this story. This is definitely going to be, a 2 to 3 hour story for sure. Rebecca, anything you want to say as a disclaimer at the beginning in terms of anything I got wrong, anything you wanted to add for the introduction, and anything you want to share about why you wanted to tell your Mormon story?
No, I think you got everything right. I think the biggest reason that I wanted to tell my story was that there's a lot of misinformation, and I just wanted to make sure the truth was out.
Yeah. All right. Let me go ahead and begin by showing the men we're talking about. The perpetrator, I guess, if we can use that word that we're going to be talking about today, is former Mormon Bishop Shawn Gooden. He was an attorney in Pennsylvania. He abused at least 2 children early in his marriage with Rebecca. We'll be getting into that. But then after that, he was called as an LDS bishop. And then after that, he was called as an LDS second counselor in a stake presidency. And then he was promoted to first counselor in the stake presidency. So that's kind of his background. And then the man on the right is Elder Rhett Hintze. I'm going to get that wrong. And he was the stake president over this case. Rebecca and Matthew, in their words, they feel like he was involved in a cover-up of the child abuse that left members of the church vulnerable. And then just recently, in the past 12 months, right, Elder Rhett Hintze was called to be in Area Authority 70. So those are the 2 men that we're going to be shining a bit of a spotlight on today. So that's how we begin. I'll just show just for the sake of thoroughness, these are some of the news articles that broke. Local attorney disbarred in Pennsylvania after sexual assault charges. That's one example of the type of news that this story broke. This was last year in 2025. Another one says former Lebanon County Boy Scouts LDS official charged in child sex assault case. And also there was a British online newspaper that covered this story as well.
Yes, I believe Daily Mail, they were looking into sexual abuse within the LDS Church.
Okay.
And they interviewed me back in 2024 for that.
Yeah. And then y'all were also on Mormonism Live or Radio Free Mormon, Bill Reels. Which show was it?
Radio Free Mormon. He asked us not long after Shawn was put in jail. He asked us to come on.
But that was before Elder Hintze was promoted to area authority.
Yes.
Yeah.
If I remember correctly, we did the interview with RFM a month after charges were filed against Rhett.
Yeah. Oh, and that's something that I didn't mention in the introduction. Stake President Hintze was actually charged with failure to report child abuse.
Yes.
And later those charges were dropped, and we're going to talk about that as well. Is that right?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay. So we've got a lot to cover today. Again, because we're talking about abuse, we just would welcome and urge anyone listening to take care for yourself or anyone else who might be listening, because we're going to be talking about very difficult topics today. So, all right. Well, so Rebecca, let's just talk briefly about your high-level Mormon background before you married Shawn. Is that all right?
Yeah.
So, were your parents LDS? Were you raised in the church?
I was raised in the church. Yeah. My parents were both converts. I moved to Northern Virginia when I was 8 years old. So I spent most of my youth there. And we were very active. I had a great group of youth friends that I was with and had a good time and did all of the things that Mormon youth do, I guess.
Would you say your Mormon experience in childhood and adolescence was positive?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. At the time, I thought it was great. I loved being a member of the church. I loved the friend groups. I loved the activities that we did. Yeah.
And then how did you meet Shawn?
Shawn and I were actually friends in high school. We knew each other in high school.
So you were LDS together and you went to the same high school?
Yes.
And where was that?
Northern Virginia,
Okay.
just south of Washington, D.C.
Okay. So is this kind of like a lot of federal employees?
A lot of military, yeah.
Military and federal employees. Okay.
Yeah.
So y'all were kind of high school sweethearts or not?
No, we were friends. We were good
Okay.
friends.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Was there, so did he serve a mission?
He did?
Okay. And y'all weren't dating before then?
No.
Okay. Where did Shawn serve a mission?
Cleveland, Ohio.
Okay. And then how did y'all end up together?
We connected again back at BYU.
So you both went to BYU Provo,
Yes.
reconnected there?
Yep.
And about what year were you engaged and married?
We got married in August of 96.
Okay.
So he got back from his mission, I think the end of 95. And we lived close to each other and, hung out all semester and got engaged and got married.
Okay. This is, and at any point in this conversation, I want you to just not answer any question you don't want to answer or answer it exactly how you want to.
Okay.
Were there any signs? I mean, one of the great mysteries, I think I think most people in the world would say, how in the world could anyone ever abuse a child? It's got to be a mental illness at some level, because everyone else who doesn't abuse children pretty much says, how could anyone ever do that? So, I haven't studied this topic in depth in terms of trying to understand what research there is out there about signs or, what factors might contribute or what traits these, child abusers might have. But was there any indication prior to you marrying Shawn, even as you reflect now back, did you have any indication, even reflecting back, that he would be a child abuser?
not long after we were married, he told me that he had been abused as a child.
Okay.
And so he, talked about that, but never would I have expected that he would have abused anybody.
And from my background, with my psychology degree, I can say, victims of abuse and just, victims of abuse want to make sure it's broadly known that there's no really demonstrated correlation between being a victim of abuse and becoming a perpetrator. So when it does show up that a perpetrator was a victim, it's always pretty important to mention that you shouldn't suspect abuse victim to be a perpetrator. So I just had to lay that out there.
Yeah. I would have never suspected.
Okay. So there was no weird or odd behavior that was a red flag to you?
No.
In all the time you dated him or married him?
No.
Okay. So temple marriage?
Yes.
DC Temple?
DC Temple.
That's where Margie and I were married as well.
Oh, yeah.
In 93. Okay. So you start your life.
Yes.
And this was 96, you
96.
say? 96?
Yep.
Okay. And so, how does your life proceed at that point?
So we went back out we weren't finished with school yet. We went back out to BYU and, started school again. He had always wanted to go to law school. So he was a political science major, and he was working on that. And I was a family science major, and we had children pretty quickly.
Let's play a couple video clips that I think you would say were important.
Yeah.
In your decision making on whether or not to pursue a career, whether or not to have kids, and how soon to have kids, and how many. Is that all right?
Yes.
Do you want to set this first clip up with Henry Eyring?
Sure. That one, that was actually a talk that Elder Eyring gave when I was at BYU. It was just before I was married, but it talked about how women should, get married and plan to have children and stay home. And that's always what I was supposed to do, stay home and have kids.
So you want us to play this clip because it was influential to you.
Yes.
Is that right? Okay. All right. Well, let's go ahead and play that clip.
Now, those two paragraphs are loaded with practical implications. There are things we can start to do tonight. They have to do with providing for the spiritual and the physical needs of a family. There are things we can do now to prepare long before the need so that we can be at peace knowing we have done all we can do. To begin with, we can decide to plan for success, not failure. Statistics are thrown at us every day to persuade us that a family composed of a loving father and mother with children loved, taught, and cared for in the way the proclamation enjoins is going the way of the dinosaurs toward extinction. And you have enough evidence in your own families that righteous people sometimes have their families ripped apart by circumstances beyond their control. So it takes courage and faith to plan for what God holds before you as the ideal rather than what might be forced upon you by circumstances. There are important ways in which planning for failure can make failure more likely and the ideal less so. Let's take these twin commandments as an example. Fathers are to provide the necessities of life for their families, and mothers are primarily responsible for the nurture of their children. Knowing how hard that might be, a young man, perhaps some listening tonight, might choose a career on the basis of how much money he could make, even if it meant he couldn't be home enough to be an equal partner. By doing that, he has already decided he cannot hope to do what would be best. A young woman might prepare for a career incompatible with being primarily responsible for the nurture of her children because of the possibilities of not marrying or of not having children or of being left alone to provide for them herself. Or she might fail to focus her education on the gospel and the knowledge of the world nurturing a family would require, not realizing that the highest and best use she could make of her talents and her education would be in her home. Because they had planned to take care of the worst, they might make the best less likely.
Did he just say that a woman, when she pursues education, should focus her college education on whatever would help her be a good mom? Is that what I just heard?
Yeah. That's what I got out of it.
So, yeah, I'm sorry. I should have started with that question. What did you take from that part of Eyring's talk?
I remember hearing that when I was at BYU and thinking, some people say, oh, you should get an education just in case you need it later, or you should do this just in case. And I remember hearing that and thinking, but President Eyring just said, no, we should prepare to do for the best to happen. We should prepare. I should be preparing to stay home and take care of children. And Shawn should be preparing to have a career so that he can provide so that I can do that.
Yeah. And I think it's clear that that's probably what serves the church best, because I think the bigger the church is, the stronger it is, the wealthier it is, the more powerful it is. And so the extent to which you can funnel families and women into those traditional roles, they can have more children and more faithful children, and that grows the kingdom, grows the tithing, grows the power, the wealth, the influence.
Increases the number of missionaries.
Yeah. And also, from the church's perspective, creates as many celestial beings as possible. So, I mean, I think we could say those are all probably motives that factor in.
Yeah.
What I'm hearing you say, Rebecca, is that maybe it left you vulnerable?
It did.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because I think even through our marriage, we planned for, we had life insurance, we had, all of the things to prepare for something bad happening, but we never prepared for divorce and jail and all of the things that did happen.
Yeah. All right, let's play the next clip from my cousin, Ezra Benson, and then you can tell us how this clip influenced you as well.
Young mothers and fathers, with all my heart, I counsel you not to postpone having your children, being co-creators with our Father in heaven. Do not use the seasoning of the world, such as we'll wait until we can better afford having children, until we are more secure, until John has completed his education, until he has a better paying job, until we have a larger home, until we've obtained a few of the material conveniences, and on and on. This is the reasoning of the world and is not pleasing in the sight of God. Mothers who enjoy good health, have your children and have them early. And husbands, always be considerate of your wives in the bearing of children. Do not curtail the number of your children for personal or selfish reasons. Material possessions, social convenience, and so-called professional advantages are nothing compared to a righteous posterity. In the eternal perspective, children, not possessions, not position, not prestige, are our great jewels. Brigham Young emphasized, there are multitudes of pure and holy spirits waiting to take tabernacles. Now, what is our duty? to prepare tabernacles for them, to take a course that will not tend to drive those spirits into the families of the wicked, where they will be trained in wickedness and debauchery and every species of crime. It is the duty of every righteous man and woman to prepare tabernacles for all the spirits they can. Yea, blessed is the husband and wife who have a family of children. The deepest joys and blessings in life are associated with parenthood and sacrifice. To have those sweet spirits come into the home is worth practically any sacrifice. We realize that some women, through no fault of their own, are not able to bear children. To these lovely sisters, every prophet of God has promised that they will be blessed with children in the eternities, and that posterity will not be denied them.
Wow. Tell me some thoughts now as you listen to that.
I just think for me personally, it totally set me up for a very vulnerable position. When we were young, I just thought, yeah, we should be having children. And if that means I have to stop my education, then that's okay, because we are planning for success, for the best. And, the Lord will take care of us.
I was blown away by a couple of things there. First of all, I think that talk was given while I was at BYU a little earlier than y'all. And yeah, he's like, have as many as you can. Don't be selfish. Yeah. But this idea that there's just oodles of spirits up in heaven waiting to come down, and you need to have as many kids as possible as Mormons, because if you don't raise those spirits as Mormons, they'll be raised by wicked families, basically implying that every family that isn't a Mormon family is a wicked family.
Yeah.
Yeah. But also that it's selfish to not have as many kids as early as possible.
Yeah.
Like that's, and so did that talk influence you as well?
Yeah. Yeah. We had, so we were married in August of 96, and Matthew was born in December of 97.
Oh my goodness.
And Sarah was 18 months later.
Wow. Okay. And so, looking back now, just really quickly, do you did you want to was there a part of you inside that wanted to take a different path? Or was this something you made of your own free will and choice, separate from the religious upbringing you had? Or can you even know?
Looking back, I wish that I had made different choices. But at the time, I was doing what I was taught, and I believed that it was what I wanted.
Okay.
So nobody was forcing me into it. But it's because that's how I had been raised. I remember there were a couple of memories that came to mind. When I was younger, I wanted to be a doctor. And I remember somebody saying, well, you can't be a doctor. Girls are nurses. And so I thought, okay, well, not a doctor. And then I remember vividly talking to my parents and saying, I really want to be an astronaut. And I remember my dad saying, you can't be an astronaut. You're going to be a mom. And so I just remember, from that messaging and from the church that, okay, I have to be a mom. And so I was at school, but it was mostly social, I think. Friends and dating, and it was never with the intention of having a career. And so I didn't finish. I stopped school about a semester short of graduation to take care of babies. And
so you didn't finish your bachelor's degree?
No.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, well, that's a good foundation. So y'all start having kids immediately.
Yeah.
Let's go through the timeline now. So you have 2 kids and you move.
We moved 6 weeks after our second was born. We moved to outside Philadelphia. Shawn was going to law school there.
Where'd you go?
Villanova.
Okay. Good school?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Matthew, where are you in the birth order?
I'm the oldest.
Oh, so you were the first kid?
Yes. I was the one
I
born in
missed that.
December
I missed
97.
that. Okay.
Yeah.
So you were the first kid. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So you 2 kids, you moved to Philadelphia
Mm-hmm.
so Shawn can go
Started law school.
to law school. And this is where the victims come in. Do you want to talk about how the victims may or may not have been related to you?
Yeah.
And how he had access to them? And
Yeah, they were my
Okay.
brothers.
okay.
So
Younger brothers?
my younger brothers.
Okay.
Yeah, they're much younger than me. So the abuse happened in, I think it was 2000.
So
And
4 years into your marriage, basically, with 2 kids.
Yeah,
While he's in law school?
Yeah.
Okay.
he was in law school. I was home with 2 babies.
And were you living near your family? Were they?
Yeah, they were still in Northern Virginia. And so we would go down there and visit them. And I think the abuse happened, they went on camping trips. And when I found that out, I don't even remember. I mean, I had 2 babies. I don't remember a lot about those, those years, but I don't even remember them going camping, but apparently they had gone camping and that's where it happened.
And the chances are these wouldn't be his first victims. I mean, that's just what the odds would say.
Yeah.
But I guess, do you have no knowledge? Has it ever come out that there were victims prior to your?
No, it's
younger
been,
brothers?
it's been pretty public. It's been in the news and nobody else has come forward. So that I
Okay.
know of, there was no other before or after.
That you know of. Okay. And are you able to say what the ages were again of your brothers at the time?
They would have been, the oldest would have been, he was born in 86,
So that would have made him 14 at the time.
14. So 12 and 14.
Okay, 12 and 14 at the time. And that's interesting that's sort of I guess to your brothers, he would have been a brother-in-law?
Brother-in-law, yeah.
Okay. So that's interesting that a brother-in-law would be taking his younger brothers-in-law camping, but
Yeah.
yeah. Okay.
I mean, part of it, they were all involved in scouting.
Oh,
So-
because your dad, Shawn, was a scoutmaster?
He was. I don't think at this time he was a scoutmaster, was he?
Eventually he was.
Probably not, but he was they were all Eagle Scouts. My brothers were getting their Eagle Scouts, and so they were all.
Camping was a regular thing that all 3 of them would have been used to for
Okay.
being raised in scouting. This was
Okay.
still way back when church and scouting were very much intertwined.
And he probably, said, oh, they wanted to go camping, and so he probably said, oh, I'll take them, And we were probably, oh, great, that sounds fun, sure.
Okay. And, I'll refer, especially our viewers and listeners who have never been Mormon, but even if you have been, the Boy Scouting program used to be sort of like the young men's program for the church for, let's say, a century, a long, long time. And, of several years ago, the church jettisoned the Boy Scouts of America program without really explaining why. And it almost left members with the impression that the Boy Scouts of America was becoming too worldly or too secular, maybe for having gay scoutmasters or maybe for allowing gay, Boy Scouts or even maybe girls. But what the documents show is that the Mormon Church was deeply intertwined with the Boy Scouts of America leadership, and that there were tens of thousands of child abuse victims within the Boy Scouts of America, and a large number of Mormon child abuse victims. And the liabilities were becoming so great that's why the church had to jettison it. And because the Mormon Church had a disproportionate influence on the Boy Scouts of America, they had liability for this rampant systemic abuse that happened for 50 or 100 years. And so y'all can go watch past Mormon Stories episodes about all that, but it's a thing. So it's worth just noting. So anyway, Shawn commits the abuse in 2000, but did your brothers tell anyone? Did anyone know? Did
nobody
you know?
knew. I didn't know. The rest of my family didn't know. Nobody knew.
Yeah. Okay.
And from what I've been told, it stopped. It happened a couple of times and then it stopped and didn't happen again.
Yeah. And then 3 years after the abuse, Shawn was called as Young Men's president.
Yeah.
Which is a pretty big failure of what Mormons what Mormons are taught is called the gift of discernment. Mormons are taught that Mormon bishops, Mormon stake presidents, Mormon leaders make their callings by the gift and power of the Holy Ghost, that God influences the leaders to call people to their callings. Why in the world would God tell a Mormon bishop to call a child abuser as Young Men's president 3 years after he had abused 2 young men?
Yeah. And to a calling when he was going on campouts and alone with these, they say too deep leadership, but he was, out on campouts, the very place that the abuse had happened with my brothers. He was in those situations over and over again.
Yeah. So one request we've been making for a long, long time is that the Mormon Church just renounce that teaching of discernment, because it clearly has just failed over and over again. And the biggest problem with it is that it leaves members vulnerable because they trust that belief that leaders are called of God and that they have God's inspiration, that callings are inspired by God, leaves members vulnerable to trust leaders when those leaders haven't really earned their trust. And the Mormon Church to this day doesn't really do anything to do background checks or vetting. And they've covered up so much abuse at this point. There's a decent chance your Mormon leader is a past abuser these days.
And I remember when he was called as a Young Men's president, we had just moved into a new ward. He had just graduated and we'd moved into a new ward. It was the first time that we met with our new bishop. And he said, "I know I don't know you well, but we want you to be the Young Men's president." And he had no background. He knew nothing about Shawn at the time.
Yeah.
He was called as Young Men's president.
And if that weren't bad enough, 2 years later or 5 years after the abuse, Shawn is called as bishop, which is to lead an entire
in the bishopric.
called into a bishopric.
Into the bishopric, yes.
Okay. As what?
Second counselor, I think.
Which is the third most powerful position in a Mormon congregation,
and
correct?
Over the youth. He was always with the youth in most of his callings.
Was he eventually a bishop?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So I didn't get that totally wrong. Okay, so he's called into a bishopric first. 2 years later, you move.
Then we move out to the Harrisburg stake. Well, I guess it's the Lancaster stake at that point. We move out near Hershey,
I think it was
Pennsylvania.
still always the Harrisburg stake.
Yeah.
So when it splits, they form the Lancaster stake.
Okay. Well, we moved out
Central Pennsylvania.
near Hershey, Pennsylvania.
And his calling then becomes?
Well, first it was
first Young Men's president again.
No, he was the
Or is it Scoutmaster?
primary pianist.
Oh, that's right. That's the first one.
But yeah, he was very quickly put into the Young Men's. He was always, and he was Young Men's president again, and Scoutmaster, and
It says that by 2009 he was called into the High Council.
yes,
And then into the stake presidency.
yes,
Yes.
So he's just promoted because
Yes.
by the time he's in the stake presidency, now a Mormon stake covers like 12 congregations.
yes,
And so there's, a stake president and 2 counselors and then 12 high counselors. And those 15 men run 12 Mormon congregations, which is thousands and thousands of members. And again, they're going to have access to everyone and a lot of status, right?
yes,
And also while he was in the stake presidency, he was once again put over all of the stake youth functions.
he was
Stake
always
dances, youth conference, all of that stuff. Throughout his entire career within the church, it's always been being over the youth.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's 2013. He's called as a second counselor in the stake presidency. And then he's promoted to first counselor in the stake presidency in 2014. So, I mean, man, a lot of access to children. Like, it is kind of unbelievable that he would abuse just that few times and then never repeat in all that time with all that access to children. That's not typically how child abuse works. But, we have no data otherwise, right?
Correct.
Yeah, nobody has come forward to say anything different than that.
Yeah.
So.
And then 2016, to leave no stone unturned, to leave no major mistake unmade, 16 years after the child abuse, he is called as a bishop,
Yes.
right? Which gives him the most power and the most direct access to the most number of children, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. And his job is to determine the worthiness of others, whether they're worthy to go to the temple and whether a young youth is worthy to take the sacrament, or if there's infidelity, he's judging. He's a judge in Israel. A Mormon bishop is literally known as a judge in Israel. So as a child abuser, he's put in charge of calling people to positions, full access to youth and adults, and he's called as a judge in Israel to decide people's worthiness.
Yes.
And by the way, the bishops and stake presidents and presidency members those callings are approved by the prophet, by the first presidency of the prophet of the church, as I understand it.
Yeah, we have a certificate at home signed by the first presidency because the bishop is what's it called in the priesthood? It's a
high priest.
But no, it's its own
office.
Yeah. So when he was sustained, once you're a bishop, you're always a bishop. So once he was sustained, there's a letter, like a certificate that we have signed by the first presidency.
Yeah.
And then it was Elder Rasband came and set him apart, right?
Well, back when he was called into the stake presidency.
Oh, in the stake presidency.
He was the guy who came by it.
So again, this challenges the credibility of this idea of the gift of discernment, even at the level of the Mormon prophet or first presidency or the Quorum of the 12. Because if a Mormon prophet is approving him as bishop or stake presidency member, and or if Neil Rasband, Mormon apostle, is setting him apart, as what?
In the stake presidency.
That's when he was called into the stake presidency. Elder Rasband, he wasn't an apostle then.
Correct.
He would have
He
been a
came and
general authority.
reorganized the stake and called Dad to.
Okay. So those are kind of how he ascends the ladder. And then 2018 happens, which is when victim one first reports the abuse.
Yes.
Do you want to talk about that?
Sure. So you'll have to help me with the years. It's been a few.
November 2018. I guess he told
So-
your mom. The victim one tells your mom.
Yeah. So they had come for Thanksgiving. And so the second victim, the youngest in my family, was living with my parents. And the only odd thing that, we can look back and see was that he would not allow his children to come over to my house. He didn't want his kids over at my house. And I would say, why can't they come over? What's wrong? And
Your brother had kids.
he had 2 children and he did not want them over at my house.
Wow. Okay.
And I said, why can't they be over at my house? And he said, well, and he at this point was not active in the church. And so he would say, you guys are super Mormon and I just don't want them to be indoctrinated. I don't want them raised the same way you're raising your kids. And
But
I said,
is he trying to protect you and your husband and your family at this point? Like, he's making up reasons that really aren't the real reasons. It
yeah,
sounds like.
because nobody told, nobody knew. And instead of just saying, he's an abuser, he just would say, no, I just don't feel comfortable, or I don't want them to be raised Mormon, or.
Do you have a sense for why he was not reporting earlier? Why
I
he?
have no idea.
Yeah, I mean, so some theories would be based on what I've learned a little bit is that either the victims feel like it's somehow their fault, they somehow feel shame, or they want to protect family members.
I think they probably wanted to protect me. They didn't want my family to blow up. They didn't want. So yeah, I think probably they wanted to protect me.
And also many victims aren't believed. And I think the overwhelming majority of victims aren't believed. So you don't want to cause all this distress to you and your family if you think there's not a likelihood you'll be believed anyway. And then also it brings a lot of trauma and drama to the victim. Even if the victim has the possibility of justice, maybe the victim doesn't want to be labeled as an abuse victim or just doesn't want to introduce all that trauma and drama into
And I
their
remember
life.
talking to my brothers later, and at one point they said that not long after the abuse, Shawn had been alone with them and talked to them and said and apologized, said, I'm sorry, I should not have done that. It was wrong, and I've repented. And so that was kind of, right, not long after the abuse happened. And that was the last, I think, that anybody ever talked about it. And so, yeah, my youngest brother did not want his kids at the house. And we would ask, what's going on? Why are you being this way? And he never told. So victim 1 was home for Thanksgiving, and my mom and he were up talking later in the evening. And she asked him, she said, do you know why victim 2 won't allow his children to go over to Rebecca's house? And victim 1 said, do you really not know? And my mom said, I have no idea. And that's when he proceeded to tell her everything that had happened.
And your brother, victim 1, was an active believer in the church, correct?
Yes.
And as you already said, your brother, victim 2,
was not.
Okay. And so it wasn't just the non-believing brother, the believing brother too acknowledged this abuse happened.
Yes. So at this point, it was acknowledged that Shawn had abused 2 of my brothers, victim 1 and victim 2.
Yeah. And so how'd your mom handle that?
She was crushed. When I talked to her later, she says she was a stay-at-home mom, and she said her whole life she stayed home because she wanted to protect and take care of her kids. And she felt like when they needed her most, she couldn't protect them because she had no idea. So she felt terrible. She was devastated that had happened.
And I know from talking to so many people who leave the church and how hard it is on families that when a Mormon parent's child leaves the church, oftentimes the faithful Mormon parents blame themselves. So I would guess that your mom would associate victim 2's leaving the church, possibly with her, in her own mind, not protecting him adequately. And that might have been a cause for him leaving the church. I'm just speculating.
Maybe. He was an Eagle Scout. He went to church as a youth, but not very long. He was not active for very long. He was the first of my siblings to stop going.
Yeah.
So.
But it was hard on your mom.
Oh yeah.
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 Yeah. And so did she tell anyone? Did she tell you?
She didn't tell anybody.
Okay.
She didn't tell anybody. And then, so victim 1 left. Like I said, he was just there for Thanksgiving, and he left. He and his family went back home, and nothing else was said.
So you didn't know at this point?
I had no idea.
Okay. But what happens next?
So then in around May, I guess my mom.
Can I just say, sorry, I'm interrupting, but
it's okay.
I'm just trying to process this.
Yeah.
It's so, well, number one, it's just interesting that Shawn, your ex-husband, could serve that many years in high-level positions, knowing he was a child abuser, and somehow not having that cognitive dissonance really take him out or cause him to break, or we'll probably get to his psychology, but that's just an interesting element of human nature.
Yeah.
That you could be a child abuser and feel okay serving as a bishop, saying you believe, testifying that the church is true, being in a stake presidency, leading youth and all that time, you know you're a child abuser, and yet you think you believe in the church and you believe God has called you to your position. And then in his mind, Shawn didn't believe any of it, which I guess is probably not true, because that's a lot to just make up and fake. Then he must believe that God was okay with him being a child abuser, but still being a bishop or stake presidency member. So that's all fascinating. Just
my understanding of it is that because he kept getting all of these callings and promotions in the church, that was almost like this divine signal that, hey, it's okay, you're forgiven, you're good to keep being you.
I've heard that so many times, that if you've done something horrible, but then because of this, again, this teaching of the gift of discernment, that many people take a calling as a sign that they've been forgiven, even if they haven't repented.
Called as a bishop by the first presidency.
Yeah.
You must be forgiven. They would have known, right?
Clearly, everyone else is on board with what's going on. And
including God.
Exactly. If God's okay with it, then who can be against you?
So, I mean, that's, again, a pernicious aspect of this teaching.
And I'm sure that my brother, victim one, had a lot of that, because he's very active in the church. And so when Shawn was called as a bishop, I'm sure he thought, oh, he must be okay. It must
really have
been taken care of, because he's bishop now.
I mean, even before then, y'all were temple married, so he would have gotten a temple recommend, and he would have had a worthiness interview. He
always had temple recommends.
So yeah, this gift of discernment is a really insidious doctrine, right? And
I remember, when he was bishop, he would come home and talk to me, obviously not telling me specifics, but he would say, it was hard. I found out about abuse, and he said I had to call the hotline, and I was like, oh, that.
So he reported perpetrators. Your husband, ex-husband, as bishop, reported abusers to the hotline as a unrepented pedophile.
And I remember we would have talks. I would just be like, that's terrible. How could anyone ever do that to a child? That is just terrible. And he'd be like, I know, just terrible. That's why I said there was no indication.
And this is going to be a really hard question, but was he a kind, loving, thoughtful guy by every?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yes.
Yeah. My first thought when I heard the full extent of everything was my uncles had to have made it up. That was my first thought.
Because?
Just because I couldn't picture my dad doing anything like that. I was 3 when the abuse was taking place. I never had any knowledge of any of it up until it all comes out. And my first thought is, my dad, the bishop, the member of the stake presidency, the guy who raised me all this time, never shown anything towards me that he would be like that. This has to be wrong. There has to be some reason, some angle for why they're trying to frame him for this. My first thought.
Yeah, which again goes back to victims not being believed, right?
Exactly right.
Yeah,
everybody loved him. All the kids loved him. All my kids' friends. Yeah. Our house was the hangout. And
that's one of the misunderstandings is people often associate abusers with like bad people or not Mormons or like people who've left the church or people who are doing bad things. But the truth is, as I understand it, the most likely candidate of a child abuser in your family system is a loved, trusted member of your family system.
Yeah.
Right? Someone who's kind, someone who's generous, someone who's loving.
And not just in my family, but in his family, his nieces and nephews loved him. He was the favorite uncle.
Yeah. So that's all fascinating. And then it's fascinating again that your brothers wanted to keep it quiet for so long and they lived with that trauma for so many years, just keeping that quiet and inside.
Yeah.
But then also that as soon as your mom finds out, she doesn't just come tell you. And, why do you know why your mom's kept it quiet? Not to blame her.
I think we were all, as we all found out, I just think we didn't even know what to do with it. We didn't, it it was so completely foreign to anything that we knew or believed could happen, or I don't know.
Yeah. So, okay. So, yeah, this is going slow helps us just understand how abuse keeps perpetuating in the Mormon church in such a pervasive way. And all these components contribute, you know? So how'd you find out, Rebecca? Is that the next part of the story?
No. So then in May, my mom calls Shawn over because they live right by us at this point. She says,
they meaning
my parents.
Okay.
About 2 houses over.
And victim 2.
Oh, okay. Oh,
are all there.
oh, wow.
So my mom calls Shawn and says, "Can you come over to the house? I need to talk to you." And he was the bishop at that point. He was her bishop. And
He was her bishop.
yeah.
Whoa. So she's having to call her bishop, her son, over to reconcile the abuse.
Yeah.
Wow.
And she says, "This is what, my son told me. And is it true?" And he says, yes. He admits to it.
Dang. Okay.
And I don't know everything that was said in that conversation. I think that at one point, she said, "You have to tell Rebecca." And he said, "I can't. I just can't tell her. It'll just destroy everything. She can't ever know."
Mm-hmm.
And so at that point, I guess they agreed to not tell me. I don't know. Again, I don't know exactly what happened in that conversation. That was in May.
Mm.
And then I didn't find out until August. So a few months after that. And I guess at that point, my mom went to him and said, "I can't keep this secret anymore. Either you tell her or I will." And that's when he told me.
So he told you because your mom threatened him that she would tell if he didn't.
Yes.
Yeah. So what was that like for you to hear that from Shawn?
It was terrible.
Yeah.
It was terrible. Yeah.
Well, anything you want to share about what went through your mind, or?
I mean, things started I was like, oh, so that's why, the kids can't come to the house, or, just different things started coming up that I was like, I said, I had strained relationships with my brothers at times. And I said, is this why? And he said, maybe, yeah. Maybe that's why they didn't want to come with us or do this with us, or, I just kind of went through and I said, when did this happen? And how did it happen? And where was I? And, I just was trying to go back and think how old our kids were. And it was just, I think I've explained it when it happened, it's like a bomb goes off and you just don't even know what weighs up and how to comprehend it and how to make sense of it all. And
I mean, it's so hard just to succeed and thrive in life. Take the Mormon out of it. Just to be well, find a mate, get married, have children, have a career, raise them, just to do that all and stay sane. That's all hard, right?
Yeah.
But then to have a husband, put a husband through law school while you have young kids, and then have his career thrive and be raising healthy, happy kids, and then being recognized as leaders in the community and in your faith. As I'm thinking about the church's perspective on why they often cover these things up, and abusers why they cover these things up, and even family members or friends of abusers, and even victims why they cover it up, is because yes, it's probably terrible for a lot of people to keep this stuff inside. The alternative is the terrible of it all blowing up like a bomb in your life, right? So Was there ever a part of you that wished that you had just never known and you could have just kept going in the life you were living?
Yes. My first thing was, I don't want to know this. Everything was going fine. Without me knowing, I don't want to know. I didn't want to have to deal with it.
Yeah. So like when the church or its lawyers or its leaders decide to just cover it up, there's actually some, I don't want to say good reason, but there's some understandable reasons. It doesn't necessarily have to be all perniciously motivated for a child sex abuse cover-up to happen. In the calculus of the family member or the church leader or even Kurt McConkie lawyer or whatever, in their calculus, it can be what's going to be the greater harm. There's going to be harm either way. How do we do the least amount of harm? The least amount of harm is to just keep this quiet.
Well, I don't agree with that. I think
I'm not saying I believe that.
Maybe that's what they were saying. Looking back, I've had this conversation a lot. I think this is why it's so important that we have mandated reporters, because when people are going through it, they don't know what's up, which way's up. It's so much and so life altering. They don't know what to do next. And that's why we have mandated reporters, because they are not in the situation and they can see things clearly. And they should be able to know, they're trained to know what to do.
Yeah.
I wasn't. I had no idea what to do. I had no idea what to do next.
Yeah. Did you ask, how long has my mom known?
Well, yeah, I wanted to know, how did it come out? How long have people known? What's going on? And I went to my brother. I said, what do you want me to do? What am I supposed to do here now? And he said, I never wanted you to know. I don't want to upset your family. I want you to just go on like you don't know. I never wanted it to come out. This was the victim 2 that hadn't told my mom. And when I talked to victim 1, I said, what do we do at this point? Are you going to go to the police? And he said, no, I'm not going to the police. It's in the past. It's over. That was everybody's feeling. I went to my dad. I said, Dad, what do I do with this? Because I didn't know. And he said, it's in the past. It was 20 years ago. Certainly he's been forgiven. He's the bishop. It was 20 years ago.
That's fascinating again, that the calling leads everyone to believe that God's okay and that repentance didn't need to happen.
And then this is the other thing that Shawn told me. I said, didn't you ever tell anybody? Didn't you ever feel like you needed to talk to somebody? And he said, I went to the bishop at the time. 20 years ago, I went to my bishop and I told him what happened. I said, and he didn't do anything? And he said, no. We talked about it for a while. He wouldn't let me take the sacrament for a little while. And I repented.
Do you believe that?
No. Now I know it's not true.
Oh, so he lied.
He lied.
Because I was going to say that
would be a whole nother.
Yeah. How do you know that he lied when he said he had repented?
So later in the story.
Oh, okay.
Well,
you find that out.
I mean, I can tell you that now, but
yeah, go ahead.
So when we were, going through things, my victim number 1 said, because this was one of the things that Shawn kept saying, I did go to the bishop and I repented and I was forgiven. And so at one point, victim 1 said, I want to talk to the bishop. I want to know who the bishop was and I want to talk to him. And I need for you to release whatever confidentiality there is so that I can talk to him. And I said, yeah, that's a great idea. Let's do that. And Shawn said, well, I don't know that I think that's a good idea. I don't want to just, give up all of my confidentiality. And I said, that if you don't do this, we're all going to believe that actually never happened. And he was really quiet and he said, okay, it didn't happen. I didn't
so
actually.
He admitted it. Okay. But at the time he was telling you all that he had repented and that the bishop had forgiven him. And again, just this idea that that's the idea. A Mormon bishop allegedly has the power to tell you whether God's forgiven you. So it assumes there's a God. It assumes that God's up there deciding whether or not someone is worthy or not, repented or not. But most importantly, it assumes that some man has the ability to know God's will as to whether or not a person has been forgiven or not. That's a lot. But if some bishop says he's been forgiven, what is a faithful Mormon to think?
Yeah.
What? Say it.
It's true. It must be.
And so, yeah. What is that? What does a victim do with being told that the perpetrator has been forgiven by his bishop?
He's been forgiven. And
but what does that mean to the victim?
That they need to forgive too.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. They need to forgive and move on.
And with every victim I've talked to, that's a problem. Being pressured and told there's an expectation to forgive and to forgive quickly and to sweep it under the rug and to keep all this quiet.
Yeah. And so I'm sure that even, the family didn't know. And so we weren't telling the victims that they had to forgive and move on. But I'm sure every Sunday they went to church and heard talks about forgiveness. That was the message that they were getting.
Yeah.
I will say one very real thing, looking back with the benefit of hindsight, is between this period of when my mom and grandma find out and the arrest, there was a very big strain on my mom's side of the family and our family. My grandparents, they end up moving from Pennsylvania to Arizona. They take victim number 2's family with them. Victim number 1 was already out there. The excuse was, well, we want to be closer to our other younger grandkids that victim 1 had already had.
So Rebecca's parents move.
They move. Mm-hmm. And again, the relationship between her and her family, I noticed, becomes a lot more strained.
They all stopped talking to me.
To you?
Yeah.
Why are you punished?
I don't know.
I think.
Do you have a theory? I mean, this is your own family.
Yeah.
Why are you getting punished?
And my kids. I mean, my whole family moved to Arizona and stopped talking to me and my kids.
Again, I think it comes down to that theory of the church teaches, well, just forgive and forget. But how can you forget something like that? You don't want to talk about it with anyone else. So the best thing to do is just remove yourself from the situation. Try to create that separation.
Yeah.
Just to put it out of your mind, maybe?
I don't know.
I think so. It's that idea of out of sight, out of mind.
Were they, I mean, so it could be they wanted nothing to do with your husband.
Yes. I mean, I'm sure
certainly that's the case.
That was certainly, they didn't want anything to do with him.
And so moving away from him, I mean, and then the victims, once this all comes out, they're going to be, I mean, if they're anything like other victims I've talked to, just being around him would be traumatizing. Mm-hmm. Although it would have been before too, but it would have been maybe more so after.
So yeah, I mean, the years leading up to that, we would have Thanksgivings together when we were all together and nobody said anything. We all seemed happy and we all got along. We went on vacations. Victim 1 would come, and when he'd visit, would stay at my house. His girls would spend the night at my house. I mean, no indication that anything was up.
Okay, that is just wild.
And then
victim number 1, your brother, would bring his children over to spend the night at your house under the roof of his perpetrator.
Yes.
I'm not judging anyone. I'm just saying.
And that's the thing, that there's so much into it that you just don't even know. You don't know how you're going to react. You don't know how you're going to feel. It's just all a big mess. It was just all a big mess.
What was the rapport between your 2 brothers who were victims and your husband before this all came out?
They all got along.
Oh.
We went to Disney together with the whole family went to Disney on vacation. We all hung out.
Again, that's kind of mind-blowing.
Which is why, so when he told me in May, he didn't tell me the whole story. It was a very watered down version of things that happened. And, I asked some questions and he lied. And So basically, it was a watered down version. It was over. Nobody in my family wanted anything to come from it. They all wanted us to just move on and continue with life. There was somewhere I was going with this. I forget now.
Well, so you have this conversation with Shawn. What did you decide you were going to do?
So
how did you decide to handle it?
So at first I was like, I don't even know what to do. Do I stay? Do I go? But then I am in a situation where I can't provide for myself and my kids. Shawn's parents were living in an apartment in our basement. And so not only was it my kids, but it was his mom that I had to worry about taking care of. I couldn't support or provide. I didn't feel like I had anywhere that I could go. And I wanted to protect my kids. I never wanted them to know this about their dad. So I stayed. I didn't, I thought, we'll just see what happens.
Did you think of it as being trapped? Did you think of it as love and the atonement can conquer all this?
It was a real wrestle in my mind because because he kept saying that he had been forgiven. And so that was a thing in my mind. So he's been forgiven. It was in the past. Nothing else has ever happened again. And also I didn't feel like I had a choice. I said, what's the best for me and my kids? I can leave. And I looked at what my life would look like if I left, or I can stay and not trust him and not have all these feelings for him. But my kids were, in a safe place. And,
What do you mean your kids were in a safe place?
I mean, financially, they were being taken care of, emotionally.
Have their needs, their temporal needs met.
Yeah. And emotional. I mean, we had talked about eternal families and, what does that mean when your parents get divorced? And my kids all loved their dad. I mean, he was a good dad.
Remind me, how many total kids?
4.
4 kids. Okay. So that all makes sense of just like, let's not blow it up.
Especially when my family was saying, it's in the past. We didn't want you to know. Clearly by their actions.
Meaning the victims.
The victims and my dad.
Yeah.
My mom didn't say much. She was still trying to work out her own thoughts. But
your dad was like, let it go.
We should forgive. We should move on. And the victims had always acted like they were moving on. They had kept a relationship with him. And they didn't want me to, I said, are you going to go to the police? And they said, no, we're not. It was 20 years ago. We're not going to the police. We're not.
Yeah. Okay. So what does that do for you internally to stay with Shawn and try to just put it in the past?
I was an anxious mess.
Was it hard?
It was terrible.
What were the hardest parts, if you want to share?
I mean, I couldn't trust him. I didn't, and I feel like I had to pay attention. He was the bishop, and so he was like, "Well, there's a camp out we're going to go on." I said, "You're not going on a camp out. You can't go and be with children. You did this 20 years ago. You can't." So I felt like I had to police because now I knew this information, and I didn't want it to happen again. I didn't want anyone else to be a victim or. And on one side in my mind, I'm like, it's happened 20 years ago. It's over. It doesn't happen again. But in the other side, I'm like, but what if it did? I know all of this information about people that abuse, that they abuse again. What if it happens again? And
yeah, because I don't think I've ever heard of a child abuser that abuses just kind of one time and then never abuses again.
Yeah. And so there was this internal conflict constantly.
And you knew that child abusers were most often repeat offenders and most often incurable, as I understand it. You knew that?
Yeah.
Yeah. So so you would have been.
And I said that to him. I said, this isn't, are you sure it just happened once? There was nobody else. There's no one else going to come out. And he's like, no. I said, well, why why are you different? Why would you have just done it this one time and it never happened again? And he said, because I knew that I would have lost my family. I didn't want that to happen. And so I just knew it could never happen again. And I didn't know the extent. I mean, the charges were sodomy and none of that was, he didn't tell me that's what had happened. You know, he said there were games. They'd been playing games that were inappropriate, but I didn't know the full extent of the abuse.
It was worse than you had come to understand. It sounds like it was horrific.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Because I was going to say, there is, people believe all sorts of things. They believe in UFOs and alien abductions and, so there is a leap you could make in your mind, which is that God's all powerful, Jesus is all powerful, and the atonement, the atonement is super powerful and it can fix this too. So I'm just going to trust him that he'll never do it again and have faith that the Lord will take care of this. And Jesus' atonement made this all right. But you didn't draw those conclusions.
No, I was, again, I didn't know what to do. I didn't know.
But I mean, why? It sounds like data would say don't draw those conclusions, that the atonement's more powerful than all this. So I think that's the technically right or accurate or most probable conclusion to draw. And so I think it's probably good that you didn't draw that conclusion.
Yeah.
But I'm wondering if in your mind you know why. Was it just because of the data that you were informed about the data?
I mean, like I said, I think this is why I was so anxious, because I thought, on one hand, he's telling me that he had talked to this bishop and he had repented and it never happened again. And I wanted to believe that because I wanted our family to stay as it was.
Yeah.
And I had all of this information from my family that, they had kept coming around. And so that pointed to that it wasn't the horrific details that it actually was. But then on the other hand, I would hear these other stories and think, well, that doesn't make sense. Abuse still happens and they don't get better. And so I was just this
it wasn't adding up.
Constant conflict inside of me.
And I don't know if you know the answer to this question, but it's something I'll probably never look into, but there's a part of me that is just super curious. Did he ever explain to you what led to him having that desire, that attraction, that interest, like how it happened?
So I asked him, I said, what happened? And he said, when he was younger, he was abused, and it was a scout camp, and it was games that they played that were inappropriate, that got out of hand. But that's what used to happen on outings when he was at scout camp. And so then when he was...
And wait, was he Mormon, a Mormon boy?
Yeah.
And were these Mormon scout camps?
Probably.
Do you have a sense, where did he grow up? In Virginia?
Kansas.
In Kansas.
His parents were in the military, so they moved around quite a bit while he was growing up.
Okay. So in his Mormon Boy Scout experiences as a child, probably in the 80s, right?
Yeah.
He experienced Mormon-related abuse by a leader or just by youth? Did he say?
Older boys.
Older boys.
Not a leader, but boys that were older than him.
So there was, and I've heard that before, like sexual experimentation amongst Boy Scouts, Mormon Boy Scouts. So, okay, keep going. So he remembered.
And so he said, and so when I was camping with your brothers, I just went back, and that's the kind of thing that we did on campouts when I was younger, and it just happened with your brothers.
And what's different about that is he's a man. He's a married man at that point, right?
And I said, was there ever any, I asked certain questions. Did this happen or did that happen?
Stuff.
And he said, no, that did not happen.
So he made it sound very benign.
Yes.
Okay.
Which still was disgusting to me, but I thought, I don't know. I didn't know what to do.
Yeah. Yeah. So his explanations didn't make you feel better, even though they were incomplete. Even the benign explanations that were whitewashed, he didn't convince you that things were okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks for sharing all this. This is hard stuff. So you go into a mode of just not knowing what to do. Your family moves away. He's staying bishop.
The family hasn't moved yet.
Okay.
Everyone's still there. We're just kind of going along. And then my mom, I guess, decides that she has to tell the stake president.
His last name is?
Hintze.
Rhett
Hintze.
And we have a photo of him here. And I, on Mormon Stories, we like to sort of have the mantra of systems, not people. So I don't know I'm not sure we'd be mentioning Rhett Hintze's name if it weren't for the fact that he was recently called as an area authority and that he was charged with failure to report, and that the Mormon Church would have, I don't know, the gumption to take a stake president that was likely involved in a cover-up and was charged with failure to report, and then somehow make him an area authority. Like, that just seems really, I'll just say, bold. So the purpose isn't to really call anyone out or shame anyone. It's just to say, come on, church, like, is this really the way to go? And,
and to let the members know that are sustaining him, what the kind of person they're sustaining.
Yeah, because
who their leader is.
He's in a pretty significant position of power and authority. So this is Rhett Hintze. Anything you want to say about his background or what type of stake president he was before all this happened?
So when Shawn was in the stake presidency, he was the secretary. And so our families were friends. We were together a lot. Shawn and Rhett were friends.
Oh, wait, it looks like he's an employee of Microsoft?
I don't know. I don't know.
The profile says AI and Copilot Business Solutions Specialist at Microsoft. So I used to work at Microsoft.
He worked for a consulting company.
Yeah. So probably in tech, sounds like.
I'm not sure.
Tech guy.
Yeah, I don't know what he did.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, he
does AI stuff.
They had kids, our kids' age. We got together with him a lot. I led girls' camp, and his wife did all the food, and he would come up, and they were friends. We were friends.
Okay, you were friends.
Yeah.
Did stuff together.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so your mom decides to talk to President
Hintze. Yes.
Okay, and? So
she goes, makes an appointment. She goes and talks to him, and she says, I need to tell you what I know.
And this is 6 years ago, 2020, September 2020.
Whenever I have on the...
Yeah, that's what I'm reading from.
Losing track of the dates.
No, I'm just letting people know. This is about 6 years ago.
So she goes to Hintze and she says, I need to tell you this information, what I know. And in the course of the conversation, and I asked my mom recently what she wanted me to say, if there was anything she wanted me to say about this conversation. And she said that she felt better talking to him, that he was, he listened, that he told her that he had a close family member who was also a victim of sexual abuse. And so he understood how hard it was and all the different complexities. And he wanted to, help our family work through it.
And so your mom left that meeting, and he was her stake president. Mm-hmm. And she left that meeting feeling what?
Feeling, I think, a bit of relief, like maybe he was going to be helpful.
And then you write what about their relationship?
He never talked to her again.
So that's like, what?
He never followed up. He never asked if she was okay. Not one more conversation did they have.
And that's
been right around that time also that they were getting ready to leave.
No, they were there for...
Because I remember I helped them packing up to move shortly after I came back from my mission.
Mm-mm. They moved in the summer. So it was, so if she told him in the fall, they didn't move until the following summer. So there were several months.
Okay.
Well, I think here's what I'll just say. When it was discovered through the AP reporting that the church had a hotline and that the hotline was fielded by the church's law firm, Kurt McConkie, and that the questions that the people fielding the hotline would ask were all about protecting the church and its liability. And there was literally not one question about the victims and the welfare of the victims, et cetera. That established what we've all come to understand since then, is that the church generally has not ever really cared about victims, about their well-being, about getting them help, about getting them support, possibly because helping the victims might contribute to potential liability. Like, I don't know, because I don't think the church is just not caring about people. I mean, the church often pays for people's mental health in normal circumstances. But regardless of exactly when the stake president, regardless of when your parents moved, it kind of doesn't matter for two reasons. One is, the point is, it's your impression and your mom's impression that he never really followed up, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And then it's also consistent with what we understand the church's history has been. It's that the victims are really not, their welfare is not really a major consideration. And there's not really any established guidelines historically for the Mormon church leaders to really provide any care to victims, correct?
Correct.
So that, I don't mean to just...
No, I think you're completely right with that.
Okay. So that's, so was it Hintze that called your ex-husband to be bishop in the first place?
No.
Or was it a previous stake president?
No. It was a previous stake president called, and then while Shawn was the bishop, they reorganized the stake presidency and Hintze was put in.
Okay. So as we're calling out mistakes the church made to help the church get better and to focus on systems, your husband should have never been called as a bishop or as a stake presidency member or whatever, right? In the first place. But then, the stake president Hintze, once he found out, he should have shown better care to a member of his. Well, I guess they were all. Were your brothers a member of his stake as well?
So victim 2, that was not at all active, was, but he had never gone to church. So technically he was a member of his stake.
Okay.
Victim 1 was in Arizona.
Okay. So not care for the victims. Is the next thing to talk about the mandatory reporting laws in Pennsylvania? Is that?
Sure.
Okay. Because then immediately, chances are that Hintze called the hotline. That would have been, you're saying he did call the hotline?
He did, yes.
Do you know how would you know what the conversation would have been like?
So he talked to my mom, and then shortly thereafter, he called and asked Shawn to come meet with him in his office.
Okay, and what happened?
So Shawn and I both went up and talked to him, and he had Shawn talk to him first, and from what Shawn told me, he said, this is about the abuse. This is what I've heard. Is this true? Shawn said yes. And he said, we're going to release you as bishop.
That's good.
Yes.
So he didn't cover up and keep the guy's bishop. That's better than I've heard sometimes, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So after they talked about everything, they called me and I came in, and Rhett said, do you have any questions? And I said, I want to know if Shawn told you the same version of events that my brothers told you, because I wanted to make sure it was accurate. And Rhett said, yes. I guess I should have asked what that version was. I didn't. I assumed that I was being told the truth. So at this point, Rhett knows, because my brothers told Rhett everything that had happened, and Shawn told everything that had happened because the stories matched. So Rhett knew how terrible it was. I did not, because I just said, do the stories match? And when he said yes, I'm still assuming it's the watered down version of events. But he said, yes, they match. And he said, is there anything that you need? I said, I don't want my kids to know. This is terrible as it is. I don't want them to get involved in this at all. And he said, well, I don't think that there's any reason for anybody to know anything. That he had said that he had talked to he'd called the hotline and nobody else needed to know anything, but that Shawn was going to be released as bishop.
How many years had Shawn served as bishop at this point?
I feel like it was close to 5 because it was like he's just going to be released and it'll look like it's close to the end of his time and it's not going to cause any questions.
So when he was released, there was no like he's being released for doing something bad.
No.
He's being punished. He's dangerous. He's a threat. Stay away.
No.
He's just quietly released as if it was a normal thing.
And it was COVID, so we weren't really going to church. There, most people weren't going to church. And yeah, he was released.
Okay.
New
My
bishop was
perspective
called.
on it when it all goes down is, again, because of the pandemic, I'm back at home from BYU and we're just all kind of at my parents' place. And my dad tells us, hey, I know we're doing a sacrament at home because of the pandemic. I just want you to know I'm in the process of repenting of something that happened long ago. Don't need to give you any of the specifics, but you and your brother, you have to take care of the sacrament and I won't be participating in it. At that time, because that would have been November, so I believe he would have already been excommunicated at that point, correct?
He was excommunicated in November.
Around that time that he would have been excommunicated, all that we knew was, I'm repenting of something, it happened long ago, but I feel like I need to take extra steps to make sure that I'm actually repented of it. And again, my thought to it is, well, whatever it is, it couldn't have been that bad, right? It was bishop, stake president, all these other things. Maybe he's just got some post-calling guilt that he felt he had to get off his chest, and it's going to be a couple of weeks and everything will be back to normal.
So you didn't know he had been excommunicated?
No, I didn't know about that until 2 years later.
Okay. So y'all decided not to tell the kids?
Yes.
Okay. And so how long after he was released as bishop was he excommunicated?
Maybe a month. It was shortly. It wasn't long.
Okay.
They released him and then had the court and he was excommunicated. And
So I've heard of hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of cases of abusers not being excommunicated. So I don't know if ever it's appropriate for me to say good job to Hintze or the church, but like I'm glad they excommunicated him.
yeah. And I remember talking to my brother, victim 1, afterwards, and he said, I'm surprised he was excommunicated because Hintze said if he came forward and told the truth, he probably wouldn't be. Which again, in my mind, leads that it wasn't that bad because he wasn't even they didn't even think he was going to be excommunicated.
Wait, Hintze said that if he had just come clean.
My brother told me that in his conversation, because Hintze reached out to my brother for a statement.
Victim 1 or 2?
He tried to reach out to both, but victim 2 wouldn't talk to him. Victim 1, I think, sent a letter. I'm not sure.
Okay.
And in their conversations, to my understanding, Hintze told victim 1 that there's a good chance that he wouldn't even be excommunicated if he, came forward and told the truth, and because it was so long ago. And so my brother said, so I'm worried that he didn't tell the truth. And I said, well, one of the things I did ask Hintze was if all of the stories matched up, and he told me they did. And so victim 1 said, well, I'm glad that he told the truth. And that he was I don't know if he said he was glad he was excommunicated, but.
So did your brother, victim 1, ever talk to Hintze and tell Hintze in detail about the abuse so that Hintze could know all the details of the abuse?
Yes.
So
my understanding is after my mom talked to Hintze reached out to my brother to ask what happened.
But if Hintze knew the details of how horrific the abuse was, why in the world would he tell a victim who had experienced horrific abuse that if he had just confessed it earlier, he would have never been excommunicated for the horrific abuse.
I don't know. I think that he said that if he, at this time, because it had been so long ago, that if he came clean, that they probably wouldn't at that time excommunicate him.
That's such a weird message because it basically says if you're successful at covering something up and a lot of time goes by, but then you confess it proactively before you get caught, no harm, no foul.
Yeah.
But or not no harm, no foul, but like it's not as big of a deal. But if he had reported it when it happened, surely he would have been excommunicated, or maybe not. But
I have no idea.
that's such a weird message that somehow hiding it plus time, but then proactive confession means forgiveness of that excommunication. Like, I don't know how the math, I mean, it's leadership roulette, right? But
absolutely.
that's interesting. Yeah. That's interesting. It's also interesting you would tell a victim that.
Yeah.
I wonder how your brother one felt hearing that from a stake president.
Yeah. And there wasn't a lot of contact between me and my family at this point. So I didn't get into a lot of it. But again, in my mind, that was more evidence that, it wasn't that bad, that it was being taken care of. Everybody that needed to know knew. They were working through it all.
Okay.
We just needed to move on.
Yeah. So you were concerned that the story the story that Shawn told the stake president wasn't the full story. But if victim one told the stake president the full story, then at some point the stake president did hear the full story.
The stake president knew the whole story.
Yeah. Okay. So Shawn gets excommunicated, but that's kept from the children and it's kept from the ward. They just think the bishop's been released, correct?
Exactly.
Yes.
Yeah.
And my understanding was that when the new bishop was called, he was told, Shawn has been excommunicated, but it was something that happened many years ago. It's not something that affects it all now. It has nothing to do with anything going on now. You don't need to worry about it. It was in the past. He didn't tell him why he was excommunicated. And he said, if anyone, he didn't want it to be a thing. He didn't want it to be, the source of any gossip. And so if anybody came to ask him, his phrase was, I want you to just put a blanket on it.
Covered up.
Mm-hmm.
That's what Hintze told the new bishop.
Yes.
That feels cover-up-ish to me.
Yes.
But also, we've known since Benji Schwimmer's interview 15 years ago or whatever, that the church has this annotation system where they have the ability to annotate your record with in the past with Benji Schwimmer, the winner of So You Think You Could Dance, his record was annotated with being gay and not even with having practiced being gay. He said the bishop just found out he had feelings of being gay, and that was enough to get his record annotated. So, we know the system exists, and that at least historically gay people have been flagged, again, not for behaving in gay ways, but simply for confessing same-sex attraction. Surely your ex-husband, excommunicated former bishop, child abuser, is going to have his record annotated with child abuser. But what you're saying is it wasn't, or if it was,
well, when you're
the future bishop didn't have access to it.
I was going to say, when you're excommunicated, is there a record that the bishop has, or are you just not a member?
I mean, I don't know. There is going to be a record. His record will still stay. Yeah, for sure. He's still going to show up on the records of the church as in the home.
Because he didn't show up. I remember going on LDS.org and he didn't, his picture wasn't there anymore.
The church never, I don't think ever removes anyone's record.
Keeps track of him.
Yeah.
But I don't know that I don't know if after you're excommunicated.
That's interesting. That's interesting. So if there's no member record showing up in LDS tools, there's no annotation to review. That's interesting.
Because nobody knew.
Interesting. So that's interesting that the annotation, if you're excommunicated, the annotation system's thrown out the window in terms of protecting members. And then the fact that Hintze, and he was probably counseled by Kurt McConkie in the church to do this, told everyone, this is nothing you need to worry about. It's in the past, didn't explain what happened. That is a cover-up.
Mm-hmm.
Hintze would be following orders by the attorneys in the church.
Mm-hmm.
So it's, he's basically doing what he's told. But a huge problem is that leaves the entire wards and stake and family members potentially vulnerable to a repeat offending child predator.
Because the whole stake knew and loved and trusted him.
Yeah. And they had no reason not to.
No. And he was encouraged to, because in Shawn's mind, he wanted to be rebaptized at some point.
Yeah.
And so he continued going to church. And I remember one Sunday, the husband of the primary president came up to him and said, "We're short a teacher. Will you come and sub in primary, please?"
Yeah.
And he said no, but that just shows that he had complete access to everybody in the ward.
Yeah. So clearly, and this fits with current First Presidency member D. Todd Christofferson has a brother named Wade Christofferson, who was also a child abuser, who, he was excommunicated but rebaptized. None of the members or even family members, ward members, family members, stake members were told that he was a child abuser. They were all told it was an affair. Did you hear the story?
I know that there's a story. I haven't heard all the details.
Yeah. So Wade Christofferson, excommunicated for child abuse. All the ward members and bishop stake members were told it was an affair, not child abuse. He was excommunicated, but as I understand it, rebaptized within a year or two. And again, his brother was a general authority then and is now in the First Presidency and is an apostle. He was quickly, as I understand it, rebaptized and moves and then ends up at a bishopric again. And in his case, he did have a trail of child abuse along the way, but the annotation never followed him, such that because it was kept quiet and because the annotation system didn't follow him, it was expunged. He left a trail of child abuse in his wake. And there's the big question of how much did apostle and First Presidency member now, D. Todd Christofferson, how much did he know and when did he know it? But that's cover up. And this is a cover up.
Yes.
And so while at the one hand, we have to acknowledge that Hintze is just following the orders of attorneys, Kurt McConkie and the church, he is sitting there knowing that this man is a child abuser. And when he is telling the subsequent bishop, these are not the George you're looking for, there's nothing to worry about. And when he is making sure, when he's telling the future bishop to put a blanket on it whenever anyone brings this up, and when he's consciously making sure that he establishes an environment where nobody knows that this child abuser has a history of child abuse, he's sitting there in his mind saying, I'm doing a cover-up for the church. I mean, I don't know what else he could think. I mean, he could think that it's justified, that the atonement...
And because of his family member who had also been through this, he absolutely knew it was a cover-up, and he absolutely knew what a mandatory reporter was.
Okay, and we'll get to that next. But my point is that I'm trying to figure out how much accountability Hintze would have. And surely he knew that by not letting anyone know that a child abuser was in their midst, and by telling the future bishop to put a blanket on any talk, he would potentially be putting future victims at risk. I would, unless again, he just had this blind faith in God and the atonement that can overcome all child abuse, future child abuse, which is hard to believe. So he is doing the church's bidding.
He is.
Right.
I think.
And I think the thing that's most concerning about this, to me at least, is I have a younger brother who at the time would have been 15 when Hintze found out, which is right around the same age of my uncles when they were abused. And because there's this cover up, there's no reporting, there's no check in on my brother. No one asks him if anything's happened to him, if anything else has gone on. And again, this idea that abusers tend to repeat their abuse, if not to the same victim, to other victims. There's a very real chance that something could have happened there.
Did Hintze ever ask you if there was abuse in the home?
Hintze never spoke to me again.
What?
No. So we met with Hintze that day, and then Shawn was excommunicated, and I went up to the church. Shawn wanted me to go with him, but he did not want me to go into the court. So I go up to the church. I'm sitting outside.
That's a red flag.
They have the court. Yeah, I mean.
And you're not allowed in.
I mean, it wasn't that I wasn't allowed. He just said, I'd rather you not come in. So yeah, looking back, I should have known.
Because he might be hiding stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he came out and said that he had been excommunicated, and I lost it. I was a basket case. Because in my mind, I just, when you're an active member of the church and your husband is excommunicated, that's your whole eternity, right? And so I was a basket case.
Yeah.
And we went in afterwards he said, I've got one other question I need to ask. So Shawn and I went in, and it was just Shawn and I and Rhett. And I think he offered to give, at some point, Shawn got a blessing. They gave Shawn a blessing of comfort because, this was going to be hard for him. But never did they offer to do anything for me. No comfort for me in any way. And I was sobbing. He never said anything to me. And then that was the last time I spoke to Rhett. Yeah.
So that's another huge thing is how can a stake president is like a super bishop. He is obligated to provide pastoral care to the members of his stake. So it's horrible that he did that to your mom, but now he's doing this to you? He never talks to you again as a member of his stake?
And he's the only one who knew what I was going through.
Yeah.
I mean, he didn't tell our bishop, so our bishop couldn't comfort or help our family in any way. Our bishop couldn't check in on us and make sure that my children were safe because he didn't know. Rhett was the only one who knew what was happening.
I mean, that's just inhumane that the church, it has to be legal. It has to be that the lawyers are saying to Hintze, your stake president, you can't talk to these family members anymore because anything you say can and will be used against you if this comes out.
Then they should have released him. They should have released him and put somebody in place who could have helped us.
Released you or both. I mean, he could have stayed in, but assigned someone.
Because our family was terrible. It was the worst time of our life, and we had nobody. My family had gone. Hintze wouldn't talk to us. No one in our ward knew what was happening. It was terrible. We needed help, and there was nobody.
And this is the time in all your life, this is the time you needed the most help from the church.
Yes.
How much tithing do you think you had paid to the church by this point in your life?
A lot.
Tens of thousands?
Oh, yeah.
Hundreds of
Shawn
thousands,
Shawn was a good lawyer.
So maybe...
And we were always good tithe payers.
So maybe over $100,000 in tithing?
Well, that had making six figures since
2008,
2009.
Yeah.
So a decade of six figures is going to be $100,000 by the end of it all.
Yeah. So you had paid the church over $100,000 by this point, given your life to the church, served in lots of callings.
Devoted my entire life to the church. My entire life.
Did you serve in callings besides being a mom and doing all the things? What were some of your callings?
Oh, I was in Young Women's. I was a camp leader. I was in Relief Society presidencies. I did all the stuff.
So you would literally, by this point, how old are you?
Oh, what year was it?
6 years ago.
I'm 50 now, so
40.
45.
You're 44. You'd given your whole life to the church, had 4 kids, done everything the church asked you to do. And then when your family's in its most perilous state ever.
Nothing.
Your bishop can't know.
The bishop doesn't know. And so the bishop, we had the best, He was a really good bishop. And after Shawn was arrested and things started coming out, he was
He really stepped
our
up.
biggest support. He was wonderful.
Yeah.
But before that, he didn't know. He had no idea.
And so you had given your whole life to the church. And in the moment that you needed the church, you had given your whole life and 6 figures worth of income to the church. And in the one moment that you needed the church most, what happened?
They abandoned us.
Yeah, the stake president, President Hintze, abandoned you.
Yes.
And I'm guessing on the one hand, he was doing what he was told by the attorneys. On the other hand, he would have to have his conscience of, I'm abandoning this woman and this family,
You'd think.
right?
Because, they were our friends too. It wasn't just.
Oh, and they were friends.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
So totally abandoned by your stake president and the church. And then let's talk about the laws. So I'm not a lawyer. I'm not good with this type of stuff, but my understanding is in Pennsylvania, clergy are mandated reporters. I can put this up on the screen. Clergy are mandated reporters and are required to report suspected child abuse if they have reasonable cause to suspect that a child is a victim of child abuse, and that includes clergymen. What is part of what's complicated about this is this was your brother's being abused in Virginia, right? A couple decades prior.
Mm-hmm.
So the question then becomes, what is Hintze required by law to report? Is he a mandatory reporter to report the confession of a man who abused in a different state 20 years earlier?
So my understanding, and I'm not a lawyer, I was married to a lawyer that explained this to me, because the victims were adults, had the victims come forward and said, this happened to me when I was a child, a mandated reporter does not have to go to the police because the victim is an adult and can go to the police for themselves. The difference is, according to Pennsylvania, if a mandated reporter finds out that there is a person who has just been suspected of abuse, if they still have access to children, then that has to be reported. And Shawn clearly had access to children. He had access to my children that were still living at home. He had continual access to everyone's children in the stake. And he was being encouraged by Rhett to continue to go to church, which would mean he would have continued access to children.
And how long did your ex-husband, Shawn, continue to attend church with stake president Hintze's permission?
It was almost 2 years.
So stake president Hintze and the Mormon Church allow a known child abuser
mm-hmm.
to come to church and interact with all
complete
board
access
members
to
children
and not tell anybody.
He could roam the halls of the chapel during sacrament meeting.
He could volunteer in primary.
Completely unsupervised.
Like they didn't give him callings because he was excommunicated.
But they asked him to volunteer. I mean, like I said, he was asked to go and fill in for primary teachers.
And he would say no.
Yes.
But he could have easily said yes.
Ward Halloween parties. I mean, everything.
Yeah. So Hintze allowed this for 2 years, which means
mm-hmm.
the church and its lawyers allowed this for 2 years. And I'll just share the statute that Julia found. So it talks about, I think this is like the Pennsylvania statute, and it mentions willful failure to report an individual suspected of child abuse while the person knows or has a reasonable cause to suspect that the same individual continues to have direct contact with children. So the way I'm reading that statute is that Hintze should have reported Shawn to the police.
Yes.
Yes.
And he probably was counseled. I don't know if he was counseled not to by Kurt McConkie or counseled that he didn't have to. But from the hundreds and hundreds of victims that I've talked to, Kurt McConkie's base recommendation is to tell people they don't have to report, and or to give people the impression that they shouldn't report whenever it's possible. Is that?
I mean, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Certainly what we've seen.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So that's some. I think that does constitute a cover up as far as I'm concerned. Although Hintze's just doing the bidding of the people above him, but his conscience should be activated at this point. That he's abandoning the family and possibly endangering ward and stake members. Right.
Yes.
Okay. So how and when, if the next part of the story is when Hintze sends a letter to the stake, how and when that happens? So
after Shawn is excommunicated, it is his intent to be rebaptized. And so he's doing whatever he can. And so at one point, there's a suggestion that my brothers go get counseling. And so Shawn says, absolutely, I will pay for the counseling. I will do whatever it takes for them to heal and be okay. So he begins to pay for counseling for the victims and a couple other people in the family.
Who does?
Shawn.
Okay.
Starts paying for their counseling.
Okay.
And the victims one's counselor, who obviously, again, is a mandated reporter, says, I have to tell the police. But legally, I have to tell somebody. So she calls the police in Virginia. So the abuse happened on a couple different occasions, sometimes in Virginia, sometimes in Pennsylvania. And so she calls the police in Virginia and says, this happened.
Who did?
My victim one's counselor.
Okay.
Calls the police.
So victim one's, your brother, starts getting some counseling.
Yes.
As a result of all this coming out, maybe?
Yeah, I guess. And Shawn starts paying for it. I think, I don't know, in an attempt to make things right or whatever.
And so thank goodness to that mental health professional.
Yeah.
Who does their duty to report.
Does the right thing.
Yeah. So the victim one's therapist notifies Virginia.
Yes.
Okay. Keep going.
And so that starts, the investigation. And I don't know how long the timeline there. I don't know at what point they found out and when everything happened. But I know that Child Protective Services came to my youngest's school and to interview him to make sure that he was okay. At some point. And then my kids find out at some point.
So I find out in April of the same year Dad gets arrested, about 4 months or so before.
So
what year was he arrested?
2022.
Okay. I don't think I made this point clear, but I think my reading of the statute is that Hintze was a mandatory reporter.
Yes.
And so he got bad counsel.
Not only Hintze, but I know that one of the other men on the church court was a doctor.
Okay. So there were
also as a mandatory reporter.
At least 1 to 2 mandatory reporters. So either the church was deceptive and told mandatory reporters to break the law, or the church's attorneys interpreted the law differently because of some excuses, and or these men chose to go against the law. But it seems pretty clear the law was violated by these two, by Hintze and by the physician.
Yes.
Okay. So 2 years go by of mandatory reporters not reporting. The therapist reports to Virginia, and then
the kids find out. My mom calls and starts telling my kids.
Oh, because Shawn's arrested.
No,
No.
this is before Shawn's arrested.
Okay.
My mom just decides that the kids need to know. And so she starts calling them.
How did you feel about that?
I was upset.
She's calling your kids?
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, that's intense when
Yeah.
a grandparent is kind of
Because
going over the head of
we
the
had
parent.
talked about it. I said,
Yeah.
I don't want the kids to know. And she said, I'm not going to tell them. And so I thought a lot of things, but yeah, it was upsetting. And she felt like she needed to protect them, which but yeah. And the way it was done it wasn't handled well. But she calls and tells my kids, starts to tell my kids. And then at that point, I figure, well, I need to tell them. So the two younger kids were still at home. So we sat them down and told them what was going on. And then Matthew came home from college a little bit later, and we told him when he came home.
Basically, it was the day after finals. My other sister, the one that my grandma had called, she breaks down in tears when she finds out all about this, because to her, it's just a phone call out of the blue. Hey, this is what your dad, who you love, has done. And it just destroys her emotionally. My mom knows I'm in the middle of finals, and she doesn't want me to go through that.
You're at BYU,
Yes,
right?
I'm at BYU.
Provo,
yes.
Yeah.
She doesn't want me to have to deal with that while I'm in finals. And so she basically tells her, hey, Matthew is taking finals right now. Don't tell him. He'll be
I
back.
said, please don't call him and tell him this way. I will tell him when he gets home.
And so it was already scheduled. I was going to be coming back to Pennsylvania to sell pest control in Philadelphia. And so I was flying back the day after finals anyway. I get in at like 7:30 in the morning, and they sit me down in the kitchen. They're like, hey, you need to know this. And at that point, I am made aware that dad has been excommunicated. I am made aware that it was because of abuse. I'm not told that it was sexual in nature. And my thought is, well, it couldn't possibly be sexual in nature because there's no arrests. There's nothing else that's happened. And I know both of the victims, and nothing has ever come up of it. So again, I'm still trying to rationalize some watered down version of events that can't nearly be that serious. And I'm just like, okay, thank you for telling me. Let's just move on with the rest of it.
So the way it's told you in a bit of a vague way leaves
I would
you
say
to
I think my
conclude.
version is even more watered down than the version that my mom got, because I'm just told it's abuse. I'm not told the nature of it. And frankly, I didn't want to ask about it because I thought, well, clearly no arrests have been made. Nothing legal has happened. So the less I know, the better.
And again, that doesn't necessarily protect the kids if they don't know the extent of the abuse.
Absolutely.
Yeah. But it's better. It's an improvement. What was that like for you? You just say you tried to move on and
Yeah.
forget
I
it?
think no one wants to know about the sins of their parents, right? And so it's like, yeah, thank you for telling me, but I don't want to know all the details of this. I want to forget that this has ever happened, and we can just kind of move on. Because again, my understanding was this happened 20 some years ago. If nothing has come up of it, then clearly it couldn't have been that serious, right? Surely someone would have said something within that 20-year time period. And so if it's been that long, then I can forget about it and we can just move on as if everything else is normal.
I mean, I think everybody at first is in denial because you can't, there's such a disconnect between the person that Shawn portrayed that he was and the way that, he was, we looked at him as a leader and a good person and a strong member of the church and did all these good things for people. It was a good person. And then to hear what he had done, it just didn't compute. It was just hard to wrap your head around it and make sense of it all. And
yeah. What was it like to tell your kids?
it was terrible. I never wanted them to know. I didn't want them. I knew how it had hurt me when I found out, and I didn't want to hurt them. I didn't want them to have to. I knew what I had been going through, and I was trying to make sense of it all and figure it all out and what to do with it. And I didn't want them to have to do that. I wanted them to continue on with their blissful lives and finish school and not have to deal with it.
Yeah. Yeah. That makes perfect sense. And thank you for sharing something so hard. And it has to be like the only reason it came to this was because your mom and or the therapist decided to speak out, right?
Yeah.
The mom, your mom doesn't feel your mom decides to just pack it down, or the therapist decides, oh, it's in the past or whatever. What, you're still married?
Probably.
And the kids never know. And like, that has to be how thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of these Mormon stories have happened. Because the only way I can make sense of Kurt McConkie / the Mormon Church's history of covering up abuse and not reporting it and telling people not to report it and telling people that Jesus takes care of it and the atonement takes care of it is that this has been successfully covered up thousands and thousands and thousands of times, and that people's leaders' conclusions was the least amount of harm happens when this all just kind of disappears and goes away. And at the time when it was happening, I would have agreed with that. But looking back, it was terrible and horrible. I was dying inside. I was an anxious mess. It was terrible. I was depressed. It was terrible. And when it was coming out, I thought, well, this is even more terrible because I'm going to lose my house and I'm going to lose, there's not going to be any income. I thought about all the more terrible things that were going to happen. But I'm so grateful now that there were people who told. And I think that is why it is important that we have mandated reporters, because they're people who are outside of the situation, who know what's best and can do what's right. And I'm grateful for that. And I can see that. And at the time, it was, when you're in the middle of it, you just can't, you don't know which way's up. You can't know what's right. And it was terrible. Anyway. Yeah. Yeah. And the Mormon Church could do, they could, even if there are state laws that have a priest penitent privilege or whatever, that they could still manage their advice to church leaders to maximize the frequency of these things being reported, right?
Absolutely.
And they could use their power and influence in lobbying to change state laws to make it so they are allowed to report whenever they have the opportunity to report. But what the church does is it manages its influence and its power and its money and its lobbying and its internal systems to minimize the number of report, the amount of reporting that ever happens.
And I think that one of the big reasons is because, when I look at our own experience and I look at our ward that we were in, what kind of mental gymnastics the members have to do at this point to say the church that we believe in, the prophet who talks to God, puts this person as our bishop. They have to somehow figure that all out. And it's easier for the church to cover it up.
I think it comes down to the truth claims that the church likes to make, right? They're the one true restored church. God talks to their leaders directly, and he gives them all the perfect advice that they need to see around corners, as President Nelson liked to say. And if you don't have a whole lot of these reported cases, then it's kind of like that confirmation to you, right? It's like, well, look, these other churches, like the Catholic Church, they had a huge scandal with pedophilia in their own clergy members' ranks. I feel like a lot of members could look at that and could be like, well, look, clearly that can't be the one true church because look at all of the terrible people that have infiltrated the clergy there. Our church, we don't have any of that. How many reported cases do we hear about? And so again, it helps fit the church's narrative if fewer people hear about the types of abuse that are going on inside of the church.
Yeah. And so the benefit is the church maintains a better reputation, maintains more tithing, maintains more people staying active, faithful members, maintains a better image than they otherwise would likely have in and out of the church, at least until the cover's blown, right?
Mhm.
So those are all the ways the church benefits. And then what's the cost?
The families like ours, the women who don't know what to do when they find out that their husbands have done a terrible thing, the children who, the shame and the trauma that how it impacts the kids. Yes, the first victims here were my brothers, and it's terrible what happened to them. But our whole family is suffering, and there's a shame about it, and nobody was there to help us, and there still is nobody there to help us. I mean, we had to figure it out all by ourselves.
Yeah. It wasn't good on your mom once she found out to have to sit with all that, right?
No, I mean, all of us, it was terrible all the way around.
It couldn't have been good for your brothers.
Mm-hmm.
And then I think one of the biggest problems of all is the repeat abusers, like the future victims that become horrific victims of sexual abuse because the system becomes built around keeping everything quiet and hiding and covering up, so the perpetrators are continually put in front of future victims, and then future victims are abused, and then the cover-ups happen again and again and again, and more victims get abused. I mean, that's where this gets horrific. I've said this many times now in Mormon Stories. We get 1,000 applications a year to be on Mormon Stories, and this is formal applications. We have informal as well, but abuse by far is the most ubiquitous one trait that our applicants. I mean, we could do a daily Mormon Stories of an abuse victim, which has led me to wonder, along with the Boy Scouts, if the Mormon Church has a bigger problem with child sexual abuse that per capita than the Catholic Church. It is very possible that it's that bad.
Yeah.
Because I'm swimming in hundreds and thousands of reported sexual abuse.
Well, and
claims.
I know that when this all started happening with our family, I was afraid, and there was shame and guilt and so many feelings, and you want to hide. You don't want to tell people. But as I started talking about it and sharing our story, I couldn't believe how many people have contacted me since saying that same thing happened to me. And I don't feel comfortable talking about it, but it happens all the time.
Yeah. 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 So that's the biggest thing, is the systemic cover-up leads to just more and more abuse and more victims. And it almost grows exponentially.
Yeah.
And it starts with, people don't like this, but I think this is true. The Mormon Church starts with a prophet, Joseph Smith, who by any modern standard would be viewed as a sexual predator, in that he targeted teenage girls, women married to other men, as plural wives. It was hidden. It was covered up. He hid it from his wife. He lied about it. He hid it from the membership. He hid it from the general public. He taught other leaders that it was okay. He encouraged them to hide the polygamy, the polyandry, to cover it up. And then even after Joseph was killed for it, and then it was hidden for another 10 years and denied, while the top church leaders were practicing polygamy and polyandry and hiding and lying about it. It was covered up. It wasn't until the mid-1850s that it was actually acknowledged publicly for the first time. And then for another 40 plus years, the church continues to practice it, but the federal law gets involved. And so all the leaders are having to hide their polygamy and lie about it and go to Mexico to practice it and go to Canada to practice it and do these post-manifesto polygamies even after the church told the world in 1890 it wasn't going to practice it anymore. For at least another 15 years, they still kept practicing it privately and hiding it and lying about it. So how can you have close to 100 years of top church leadership hiding and lying about sexual matters? Can that not create a culture and a soil that's ripe for systemic sexual abuse? Like, it just makes all the sense in the world that would be where we are today in 2026, given the founding of our church with Joseph Smith and with the 100 years of sexual predation cover-ups in the church. So, again, it's awkward and uncomfortable to tie it back to that. But please email me or call me if you think I'm making a stretch when I tie those things together. So anyway, so your husband is arrested in 2022.
Yes.
Kids find out. And at this point, Hintze decides that it's important for the members. What?
All of a sudden,
What?
He's got to reclaim the narrative.
Okay.
all of a sudden, everybody has to know.
Okay. Why do you wait 2 years?
Well, because now he's been arrested. It's public.
Your husband or Hintze?
My husband.
Okay.
He doesn't do anything until Shawn is arrested and reports are on the news, on the local news.
Okay.
So you'll get news. Virginia's reporting it because that's where the arrest is centered in. You hear it in the local news. Again, this is right around the same time where Boy Scouts are going bankrupt. And so someone's taking a scouting angle on it because he was a former Scoutmaster, an Eagle Scout.
Well, he was on the board of something for Scouts.
Oh, yeah. He was on the board of scouting or something like that. And so there's all these connections that are being brought in, and people in the ward are starting to connect all the dots and figure out what exactly has happened. So it's at that point that Hintze decides to send out an email, and it's very, very vague. He doesn't mention my dad by name.
And I think people in the ward found out about it because so Shawn's arrested. He's taken away. I call our bishop and say, this is what's happened.
Mm-hmm.
So our bishop knows.
And to the warden stake, this is a former bishop who was quietly released and a former stake presidency member, right?
Yes.
Correct.
So I call the bishop and I say, Shawn was just arrested. He comes over, hangs out with us for a little while. And then I think it's the next day, he calls me and he says, I just want you to know somebody called me because there's a news article in Virginia that somebody got a hold of. And so they know that Shawn has been arrested. And so I think that's when, Hintze was like, oh, well, people are starting to ask questions. We've got to address it. So he sends out an email to the stake. And I think you have a copy of that.
Yeah, I do. So this is another element that feels kind of disturbing for me. So Hintze keeps it quiet, probably because he's told to. And then because now the former bishop and stake presidency member has been arrested, he decides that it's in his or the church's best interest to send out an email. I'm going to show you the email and read it. And here's the next little, I don't want to call it a quiz or a game because that trivializes it. But your job is to figure out what's missing from this letter he sends out to the stake. So here it is. Harrisburg, Pennsylvania stake. As some of you are already aware, a former member of the church and our stake has been arrested and is in custody for child abuse over 20 years ago in Virginia. What's missing? Anyone? I don't mean to laugh.
No, the name. Who was it?
Nobody knows who it is. Which
name,
ward it was in.
How integral he was to the ward, what his callings were, how much access he had, what kind of abuse.
Did it say his ward?
No, it doesn't say any of that. It says a former member of our stake. So former could have been 20 years ago.
So like I'm trying to give Hintze and the church the benefit of the doubt. Like, are they trying to avoid defamation? He's been arrested. It's in the papers. They could use the word alleged. They could just say he's been arrested. Well, I mean, you could say he hasn't been found guilty yet. And so they don't share the name because it's all allegations until proven guilty. I'm just trying to.
The best thing that I can think of, and again, this is my speculation, I don't have any evidence for it, is that Hintze and my dad were friends. And I feel like when it comes to top Mormon leadership, it is a bit of a gentleman's club.
I don't think at this point it has anything to do with them being friends. I think at this point, Hintze wants to be as far away from dad as possible.
Well,
maybe, but
also
I'm thinking in 2022, it's very much just a matter of, well, I don't want to.
Oh, I think he probably wanted to a little bit of protecting Shawn at the very beginning, maybe.
Right. And this would have been that very beginning moment.
But don't you think he's on the phone with Kurt McConkie daily at this point?
Yes.
Like, isn't this letter approved by Kurt McConkie?
Absolutely.
And the church's lawyers?
Absolutely.
Is there any chance he's going to be releasing this letter without Kurt McConkie's approval?
No.
Right? That's my guess. I'm guessing, but that's my guess. So I guess I'll read it. I'll go. So again, Harrisburg, Pennsylvania stake. As some of you are already aware, a former member of the church and our stake has been arrested and is in custody for child abuse over 20 years ago in Virginia. So that's already trying to minimize it. Oh, it's a long time ago in another state. The church's position is that abuse cannot be tolerated in any form. Well, was that true 2 years ago? Was that true 4 years ago? Like, when did that become true? And we take reports of abuse seriously and never disregard them. Well, I don't know. Did he take the reports of abuse seriously 2 years prior? Yeah. We encourage your review of information and resources found on the church's website. He gives a link to abuse.churchofjesuschrist.org. That's good, I guess. I don't remember what those policies say. And also encourage parents to teach children information and skills appropriate to their age and maturity so that they will know what to do if faced with abuse. And again, I don't know what the church is telling its parents to teach their kids about what to do when there's abuse.
I don't know of anything.
Because I wonder how many Mormon church members have read the church's instructions to parents on what to teach their kids if they're abused. I'm guessing it's a very, very small
I was
number.
in the primary presidency, young women's presidency, have 4 children, and I don't remember ever being taught at church what to do about child abuse.
So the church could make this mandatory training for all leaders everywhere, for all kids in primary to go through this training. But my guess is it's worse than the Gospel Topics essays in the sense that no one knows really about this policy and that no one reads it. Well, and I think
bigger than that, people don't think that they need to. I mean, we're at the Lord's church. Why would anything bad happen?
It's all been covered up, so they don't know how big of a problem it is, right? Mm-hmm. Okay, so any known past or current abuse should be reported. Okay, that's good, I guess. Yeah. But it doesn't say to who.
It says to the stake presidency.
Should be reported. Okay, it just says any known past or current abuse should be reported is what it says.
What's the next? There's another paragraph, though.
Then it says, as we anchor our faith in the Savior and his gospel, we can weather challenging moments when we may not know the answer to all things and question how and why. So this is introducing the idea that the Savior, with his superpowers, can make everything right. I'm reading that in, but I think that's kind of the dog whistle here. What do y'all think?
Yeah, like that's your standard format that you see in most stake emails, right? They'll be like, okay, here's the big announcement. Here's what we want you to know. Here's our spiritual thought of how we're going to tie everything back to the Savior. So we've got this terrible news for you, but remember Jesus.
Jesus. Right. I'm thinking of the South Park kids. Jesus.
Exactly.
So it goes on to say, in Gethsemane and on Calvary, Jesus took upon himself all of the anguish and suffering ever experienced by you and me, and he has overcome it all. With arms outstretched, the Savior offers the gift of healing to all. To me, that's very intentionally placed to say Jesus has already suffered for all of this, and the atonement is going to make all this right.
So don't you worry about it.
It's already been taken care of.
Yep.
It's already been taken care of. Jesus paid the price. So if Jesus paid that, this is what I'm reading into it. I'm admitting that. I don't mean to be, I'm feeling emotions of anger and frustration, and it's coming out sometimes in trying to make light of it or at least laugh about it, but also being frustrated. So I'm just going to own that. But what's implied here is that Jesus has already paid for this and suffered for it, for the victim and the perpetrator. So our job is just kind of follow the policies because Jesus already made it all right.
Everybody bow your head and say yes.
What?
Everybody bow your head and say yes.
Yeah. And as I've been explained to by victims, there have even been leaders that pressure victims to say, if you don't forgive your perpetrators, you're actually acting contrary to Jesus's atonement. You're in some sense violating the atonement of Jesus Christ, because if he's already suffered for it and he's already made it right, if you don't forgive, then you're actually an obstacle to Jesus's atonement. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So I know that I guess friends would say this language does a lot of heavy lifting for the church, this atonement language. I'm reading into it, but do y'all think I'm far-fetched?
No, I agree.
I remember even during seminary, it'd be Doctrine and Covenants. I don't remember the exact part, but it's basically something to the effect of, I, the Lord, will forgive whom I will forgive, but of you it is required to forgive all men. And if you don't forgive those people of the things they've done against you, then I'm going to hold you accountable for the sins that they did against you.
Yeah, and that is in Mormon doctrine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's explicitly written in there. They teach it through seminary, at least up until when I was there.
Yeah.
So that language very much echoes that same idea.
And then here's I think the phrase you were referring to earlier, Rebecca. The victims and families affected warrant our prayers, love, and kindness. Is that what you got from your leaders and members?
I mean, maybe they prayed for me. They didn't talk
they didn't
to
even
me.
know there was abuse.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm just talking about like the Rhett. I don't know. No, nobody reached out.
But I mean, did Rhett Hintze and other church leaders offer you love and kindness?
No.
Well, why not?
Our bishop was wonderful.
But he didn't know.
Well, yeah. Yeah.
So did Hintze offer you love and kindness?
No.
Why? Because why?
I don't know why Hintze didn't.
Because after the one time you talked to him, what?
He never talked to me again.
Yeah. For 2 years, you did never talk to Hintze again. That's mind-blowing. Okay. And then the next sentence is, if you have questions, reports of abuse, or any other related concerns, please contact a member of the stake presidency. And I'm going to add, because I'm feeling a little bit bitter, so that they can ignore you, cut you off, silence you, right? And have you be shunned like this very family was being shunned. Did you get this email?
Yes.
How maybe I'm reading so much into it and bringing my own baggage to it. How did you receive this email when you received it?
You know what? It was right after he had been arrested, and I don't remember. I don't know that I even read it. I know that I got it, but I don't know that I read the whole thing.
Yeah.
I imagine they just sent it through like the regular stake
They sent it to everybody, yeah.
You're in the stake directory. You're automatically added to their email list.
And then Hintze got a lot of phone calls.
What happened? Yeah, what do you know about?
People were just asked. First of all, they said, "Who was it?" And then people said, "How dare you say if there's abuse, contact the stake. If there's abuse, you contact the police. That's who you contact."
That's what the members were saying.
That's
Some
what
of
the members
members
were saying to Rhett.
Okay.
So not long after the second email comes out.
Okay. And the second email was not sent by the stake president.
I think it was.
Was this from the stake president or from a member?
No, I think
Pretty sure
it
it's
was
the stake president.
that was forwarded to me from a member. That's why it has a member's name on it. But
Okay.
but after people
Was there
complained-
a member who sent an email identifying the perpetrator, or no? Did I get that wrong?
I don't.
Okay.
Not that I know of.
Okay. Okay. So here's another email. This is the second email.
Mhm.
Should I read it?
Sure.
Go right ahead.
Harrisburg, Pennsylvania Stake, brothers and sisters, to follow up on our previous communication, the individual referenced is Shawn Gooden, a former leader of our stake and the Lebanon ward, who has been arrested and is in custody for child abuse. If there's any suspected or discovered abuse in this or in any other matter, please contact law enforcement. There we go. As we gather together on the Sabbath day, we can come together to show love and support to one another and seek the healing only the Savior can provide. More Savior messaging. Please continue to reflect on our earlier message about the clear direction from our Savior and the church to not tolerate any abuse in any form. But the church needs to hear that message most of all. If you have any questions, please contact a member of the stake presidency. How did y'all feel about this email?
Again, I don't think I was paying much attention to my emails at this point. But I don't know.
Okay. Okay. So obviously, Hintze could have sent that email the first time, but he didn't. So what's your theory on why he sent the second email?
Because I know people called him and said, first of all, you need to tell us who was arrested if they hadn't already heard. And
Because why? Why did they want to know?
because they wanted to know if they had been affected or if they needed to be worried about their kids or
If there was if more abuse had happened, right?
Yeah.
They wanted to know.
so they want to know who it was. And
Yeah.
then they said if someone's being abused, they have to go to the police, not to the stake presidency.
Yeah. Yeah. So at some point, Hintze, stake president Hintze, as I understand it, is charged with failure to report. Correct?
Yes.
And was that
Well, so not long after that, so Shawn is in jail. He's there for about a week and then they release him. When Hintze finds out that
how does he get released? Is he on bail or
No, they just let him go.
did he pay bail? Do you
No.
know? Okay.
He was let go. He didn't have an ankle monitor, nothing. They just let him go.
Not considered a flight risk.
He wasn't, yeah.
Okay.
They let him go. And Hintze found out and sent Shawn an email. I sent that to you as well that said, you can't go to church. You can't talk to anybody at church. You can't talk to children. You can't, there were all these restrictions all of a sudden that, hadn't been in place for 2 years.
Yeah. So what changed? Why all of a sudden was he not allowed to go to church?
People knew.
The world knows what's going on.
And so then people at church thought that, Hintze had just found out that he had just been excommunicated. And when in fact it had been 2 years. Hintze knew for 2 years and had encouraged him to go to church.
Yeah. And that's a lot of abuse can happen in 2 years, right? And this is Hintze covering up his tracks, probably by the church's and the law's own requirements at this point.
Mm-hmm.
It's damage control, but it's really problematic because he's being forced to do what he should have done 2 years prior. He should have warned everybody 2 years prior proactively. Instead, he's being forced to warn people. He has to send 2 emails because he didn't even warn people appropriately in the first one. And then he's only protecting the flock, the ward and the stake members once he's forced to because Shawn was
Yes.
incarcerated and charged. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So how did you find out, or when did you find out that Hintze himself was charged with something?
So that didn't happen until after Shawn was sentenced. After Shawn was sentenced, then charges were brought against Hintze.
That would have been in January of 2024.
Okay. So at some point, Shawn is actually charged. At this point, are y'all still married? Are y'all still together?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you attending the court dates with him?
Yeah. So I'm trying to remember. He was arrested, went down to Virginia. They let him go. I went and picked him up. And then his next hearing was, I don't even remember. I don't think it was until he went into jail, which was in July of the next year. So he was out from September to July.
And you were trying to support him? Were you trying to help him get off? Like, what's that like psychologically?
I was just trying to figure out how I was going to survive. I wanted to figure out how I was going to protect my kids. I wanted to figure out how was I going to have to move? Was I had to get a job. I was just trying to figure out how I was going to survive.
Yeah. Yeah. And so in the outline, the presentation we put together, there's several communications, but the one that's most interesting, I think, is between Shawn and President Hintze. Do you want to, I don't want to read all those emails, but apparently, even though Shawn, had abused children and, was incarcerated and facing these types of charges, he was not happy that he was disinvited from attending church.
Yeah.
Talk about that communication.
I mean, I think everyone, we just wanted to know why. We're like, well, wait, if you think he's such a threat, why now? Why all of a sudden are you not letting him go to church? What changed? And that's when Hintze just said, I can't talk to you.
Said to who?
To all of us. I asked him, well, first Shawn said, what do you mean I can't go to church? I've been going for 2 years. And, Hintze replied and said, you can't. He didn't really give a reason. I mean, you've got the email.
He didn't just say that. He said, this abuse happened a couple decades ago. I've been bishop. I've been stake presidency. Like, I'm the same guy.
Yeah.
I was when I was your bishop. I was the same guy when I was in the stake presidency. I've been the same guy this whole time. It's already been forgiven. It's in the past. Why can't I go to church? And to some degree, I can see that point of view. From God's perspective, what changed?
I mean, you just said we're all forgiven, right? Isn't that what the email said? Everybody's forgiven.
And the other thing he's also pointing to is even in the Book of Mormon and stuff like that, right? Even if someone does get excommunicated, God says you're not supposed to forbid them from meeting with you and fellowshipping. Everyone is welcome to come to church. And my dad's pulling up those scriptures and he's like, hey, look, Scripture says I should be allowed to come to church even though I've done all
and he
these
said,
things.
I haven't been convicted of anything. It was, before his conviction. I should be able to come.
Yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, it just shows like where does the church have principles here?
Right.
Like when the law doesn't know and the members don't know, the abuser can go to church. It's kept from the members, no harm, no foul. But as soon as the church knows, or as soon as the law knows and the members know, all of a sudden the perpetrator gets no pastoral care at all, is cut off from his membership other than attending church by Zoom. There's no explanation as to why he was told he was forgiven. He was allowed to serve in all those callings. He was called as bishop or stake presidency member by God, and again, allowed to serve for 2 years. Like, I can actually weirdly empathize with Shawn to say, what the heck? How can you, from Shawn's perspective, I bet there was a part of him that felt like if ever I needed the gospel, if ever I needed leadership support, Now is when I need it. I'm facing jail time. My family may be dissolved. Isn't this where the church should be showing up for me? And it's almost like at every turn, the church is abandoning the people that need the church most at the worst possible time. Is that fair? Is that unfair?
I agree. I mean, when I look at it from the perspective of the other people in the ward, I'm sure that they did not want him there, but they should have been protected 2 years prior. I mean, that the time for that was 2 years ago. And so from Shawn's perspective, he was, I just what you said. This is the worst time of my life. I need the support of who I thought were my friends. He wanted to go. And from me and the kids, we just wanted to have answers. I just said, what I don't understand. First of all, it's fine. It's not that big of a deal. Yes, go. Now he's been arrested. No, don't go. And there was no answers. And then I remember one morning we were getting ready to go to church, and my youngest came down, and I said, okay, are we going to go? And he said, well, isn't Dad going? And I said, Dad's not allowed to go. And he said, why can't Dad go? And I said, well, because of what he did. And he said, oh, so now we can't go to church when we make mistakes? Well, I've made mistakes, so I shouldn't go either. And so I get that it's not the same. I understand. If I was anyone in that ward, I would agree that I would not want Shawn there because of the risk. But to like my kids, they just didn't understand all the inconsistencies and all of it. It was just all a mess.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. Yeah. And as I'm reading through, so you have the email correspondence between Shawn, your ex-husband, and Stake President Hintze. And basically, one email, this is September 19th, 2022. It's like, hey, Shawn, don't come to church anymore, in person, phone, social. Don't contact any minors in the church. And, don't attend. And, and he also shares the atonement stuff, and have your faith in the Savior and all that, and Gethsemane and Calvary. But, he should have sent that email 2 years prior, just full stop.
Yes.
And Kurt McConkie should have told him to send that email. The do not attend church anymore, should have been given immediately.
Yes.
Not only when the law got involved, and not only when the members found out.
Yes.
So that is a lack of character on the church's part.
Yes.
And it seems like, yes, Hintze was doing what he was told, but it seems like there was a moral failing on Hintze's part there. It seems to me. So that's the first thing. And then Shawn's responding saying, hey, how long? This is hard. And then he's quoting 3rd Nephi that says, do the scriptures matter? Like, by the way, we believe the scriptures are like the core to our gospel. Well, let me, on behalf of Shawn, let me read what verse Shawn is sharing with the stake president. You're both laughing now. Why are you guys laughing?
Yeah.
This is just
You have to laugh. If you don't laugh, you cry.
Because it's like the scriptures apply unless they don't, right?
Yeah.
So 3rd Nephi 18:32. Ye shall not ye shall not cast him out of your places of worship, for unto such shall ye continue to minister. For ye know not but what they will return and repent. This is even before they've repented. And come unto me with full purpose of heart, and I shall heal them, and ye shall be the means of bringing salvation unto them. So basically, the Book of Mormon is commanding Mormon church leadership to let Shawn and all other perpetrators continue attending. So actually, I can see why, another reason why abuse is covered up in the Mormon church, in addition to the Book of Mormon claiming that dark skin is a curse from God from wickedness, the Book of Mormon claims that predators, child sexual abuse predators, should not be cast out from the ward. So when Mormon church leaders allow child abusers to continue in the midst and not be cast out, it's because the Book of Mormon says so. I didn't know that.
No, I do.
Learn something new every day.
And Shawn knew this scripture.
Yeah, he did.
I think that comes to his lawyerly background. My dad is always ready to present his own legal argument or scriptural argument when it comes to stuff like this to try to get people to see things his way.
Yeah, and in his email, he's like, there's no one else who's come forward. He says, I assume that no one has come forward to accuse me of any wrongdoing. He's not saying I didn't abuse anyone, by the way. He's saying, I assume no one's come forward. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Right?
True.
And then he writes, further, following my membership withdrawal, not excommunication because they renamed it, I attended church regularly for nearly 2 years without any issue, meaning I haven't repeated offending as far as anyone knows. Yeah, it's going to make members uncomfortable, but, anyway, he gives his best explanation to Hintze, saying, I'm having a hard time understand this. And of course, he says, Rebecca's having a really hard time.
Yeah. All of a sudden, he's concerned I'm having a hard time.
So then he goes on to say that not only Rebecca is having a hard time, but, some of my children are having a hard time. So, this is hard. And then he says Bishop X is doing a great job of shepherding him, but this must be your son, is knowledgeable enough about the gospel to see the disconnect between what the Savior taught and what the scriptures say, and this instruction that I not attend any meetings. And it makes him angry and to not want to attend. That feels a little manipulative, because basically what Shawn is saying is, this is making it's making my wife sad, and it's making my son angry.
What you've done, what everyone else has done is making everybody sad. Yeah.
We're laughing, but that's pretty rich.
Yeah.
But he didn't show signs of being a narcissist before, right?
When I look back, I see a lot more.
The signs were there if you knew to look.
The signs were there, yeah.
That there were? Now you look back?
Yeah.
You know that phrase, hindsight is 20/20?
Yeah.
I feel like that is especially the case in stuff like this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like,
yeah. But not that he's an abuser, just that.
Not that he's an abuser, no. But that he's very persuasive and manipulative, just like this.
Yeah.
Again, these are regular ways that he would interact with people all the time.
Yeah. And then, you've got Hintze responding, saying thank you, and this is hard, but don't come. I don't feel like it's yet time to make a change. So he's acting like it's the Holy Ghost. Hintze is acting like it's the Holy Ghost that's governing his decisions now. Where was the Holy Ghost 2 years ago, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't mean to be too hard on him.
Through the whole thing. I mean, through all of it.
Yeah. Yeah. So he stays consistent. There's more email exchanges between him. Do you want to summarize the exchanges between Shawn and Hintze? Because there's a lot here.
I mean, it's just more of the same. Shawn felt like he should be able to go to church. So many times he acted like, I don't understand what the big deal is. It was 20 years ago, and I'm a good guy, and everybody knows I'm a good guy, and look at all that I did. I did all this good thing since then, and
yeah,
why are you all treating me this way?
He also says the handbook, that how they're treating him doesn't conform with the handbook, and I don't know the handbook enough.
Yeah, he went through the handbook and found that said you can't keep people from going to church, or I don't remember exactly. But
so the handbook hadn't been updated for pedophiles yet.
No. Has it been updated now? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. Okay, so ultimately, after all this became public, if the church, if child abuse is not made public, the church is okay with the child abuser intermingling with wards and stake members. As soon as it becomes public, that's when the church doesn't want child abusers around members.
Yes.
And that's weird. The church should just want to protect the members, not only protect the members if it's not public, if it's made public, right?
And I think that if somebody was found out to be abusing children and they weren't the bishop, it might be handled differently. Again, I think because of his callings and because, the first presidency called him as bishop, there's a lot of mental gymnastics that has to happen there. And
Yeah. And then at some point, Hintze is actually charged with failure to report.
yes.
And we have a document. I don't want to misstate what the document is, but it seems to be something mentioning bail and $10,000 in bail. Do you guys know what this document is?
I think that's just like
I think that's
charges
just the charges. That's the document there showing who was arrested and why, and the result of that first hearing.
Was Hintze arrested?
yes.
So Hintze, who's now in Area Authority 70, as stake president, was arrested for failure to
And
report.
charged with failure to report.
And it says, I think that the bail was set at $10,000. Did I read somewhere that the church paid that $10,000 bail?
Oh, I have no idea.
I don't know about that.
I don't
Okay.
know.
Be an interesting use of tithing funds, though.
Yeah. And we're speculating, but I'm guessing the church offered legal representation to Hintze.
Oh, and they said that they were vigorously defending him. There was,
Yeah. Yeah. So what can y'all tell us about Hintze's fate as having been charged with failure to report?
so he was charged, and the church's position was he did not have to do anything. He didn't do anything wrong. It was 20 years ago. The victims were adults.
It was in Virginia where it happened.
He didn't do anything wrong. And at one point, I think you have a recording. One of the members of the stake presidency is a lawyer, and he got up in front of one of the wards and just said, members, you just don't understand. This is really complex, but just know the church is handling it, and President Hintze didn't do anything wrong, and it's all going to be taken care of.
Okay, I want to play that recording, but in the timeline, we have the emergence of T. Michael Price.
So when Hintze would not talk to any of us, and I was frustrated because he wouldn't talk to me for a long time, and I'm a big girl, I can handle it. I don't need to talk to him. But my kids wanted to talk to him. They were concerned and they didn't understand. And I said, ask President Hintze because I don't understand. And so
Because they're wanting their dad to be able to attend, right?
They just want to understand what's happening.
Yeah, yeah.
And Shawn is saying, look at the scripture. I should be able to attend. And they just don't understand.
Look at the handbook and
they don't understand.
okay, yeah.
And so they reach out to, at least two of them reach out to Hintze and say, I want to talk to you. I want to understand what is going on. Why are you being this way? Why won't you help my family? And he just said, I'm sorry, I can't talk to you. It was like a copy and paste text message or email that he would send back that said, I can't talk to you.
And I mean, not only, would he be involved in the lawsuit around your ex-husband going to jail, but now he was also potentially going to be in trouble with the law. So I can see for all the reasons the lawyers are like, you can't talk to anyone about anything.
And this was though before he was even charged.
Okay.
That he wouldn't, but maybe they knew that it was coming. I don't know.
Okay.
The thing with Pennsylvania, if you look at its history recently, you've got both the Bill Cosby and the Jerry Sandusky
From Penn State.
were both in Pennsylvania.
Right.
And so Pennsylvania has a pretty firm stance, I like to say, when it comes to sexual abuse.
Yeah.
So I think that Hintze would have known when this was all going down. Well, failure to report is a big deal, supposedly.
It's a big deal.
So I want to make sure I've got all my bases covered. I don't want to slip up and say something to anyone who might turn around and end up testifying against me.
So you try to talk to Hintze or try to get Hintze to talk to your kids.
And I said, if you won't talk to me, then can I talk to the area authority? And he said, sure. And he sends me his email. And so I emailed the area authority and I said, and I, for whatever reason, thought he had no idea what was happening. I guess that was silly of me to think that. So I said, I need to talk to you about my stake president. And he said, okay. And he schedules a time for us to talk on the phone. And I start at the beginning and I tell him the whole story and everything that's happened. And I said, and I just...
Let me just show a picture of him. So this is a picture of him. His name is T. Michael Price. He's a banking executive. chief executive officer. He was chief executive officer of First Commonwealth Financial Corporation. And he was called to be in Area 70 in 2021. So kind of a year before all this really came out. Okay. And looks like a nice guy.
Yeah, so I just talked to him on the phone and I explained it all to him and I said, I just don't understand. Can you just help me to understand what's happening and something that I can tell my children? I said, why won't President Hintze talk to me? And he said, why do you think he won't talk to you? And I said, well, are there lawyers involved? And he said, yes. And then he said, there's nothing else I can say about it.
Okay.
So he didn't want to talk to me either.
So he wasn't particularly helpful either.
No.
Did he offer pastoral care, counseling?
No.
Any support?
No.
So the area authority also failed in terms of his pastoral duties.
The only leader that gave us any support was our bishop.
Okay. Well, I mean, that's not nothing.
Yeah. He was great.
But the bishop also, the information was withheld for him. So the bishop found out. How did your bishop find out about the abuse?
So the day before Shawn was arrested, he got a phone call from the district attorney in Virginia.
Who did?
Shawn did.
Okay.
He got a phone call and he said, this is, I forget who, from basically the district attorney from Virginia. And we have some questions for you. Would you mind coming down and talking to us? And he said, sure. Do you mind if I bring a lawyer? And they said, yeah, that's fine. Well, he said, okay, great. I'll call you back when I have that all figured out. And so at this point, Shawn thought, somebody's found something out and I'm probably going to be arrested. And he called the bishop. The bishop came over and he said, I know that you don't know why I was excommunicated, but based on those events, I think I'm going to get arrested. And Rebecca and the kids are really going to need your help. And then 2 days later, the police came and he was arrested. And so that's how the bishop knew. And then he found out about the crimes in the newspaper, just like the rest of us. I mean, that's how I found out. It was in the newspaper.
So once the bishop was able to know what happened, was he able to offer support to you and your family?
He just checked in on us, wanted to make sure we were okay. And he was great after Shawn was put in jail. He was great at supporting me and the kids and helping us navigate things. And
I know that with my younger brother, he did a really good job of keeping in touch with him, making sure that he felt included and invited to the ward activities that were going on, trying to do his best to sort of shepherd him and make sure that he was getting his spiritual needs met.
Well, that's good.
So, again, if there's any hero in the story, I would say it would be that bishop.
Yeah. But checking in to see if you're okay, that's not...
Again,
when you've
at
given...
this point, the church has set a very low bar.
Yeah. When you've given your life to the church and over $100,000 in tithing, and I guess it's nice that once the bishop is allowed to know what you're actually dealing with after multiple years, it's nice that he would check in on you every once in a while. I don't mean to be cynical, but the church isn't providing you with a whole lot of support here.
No.
And a lot of the people that you would expect to support you are offering zero support.
Correct.
Yeah. So, okay. So Price wasn't helpful either. He was a lot like your stake president. And then, so what is this audio recording I'm about to play?
That is when a member of the stake president, after Hintze's arrested, they make this kind of announcement to some of the wards. So this is just a recording of what he said.
Okay, so the sitting stake president.
This is his counselor.
Right, but I'm just saying Hintze was arrested while he was stake president.
Yes.
Correct.
That'd be weird for a stake to have your stake president be arrested.
And so one of his counselors came to explain to the ward what was going on.
Okay, so let's go ahead and play that clip.
So I'm going to turn time over to President Johnson. Following him, they will have an opening in number 70. Sing praise to him. In our opening invocation, we begin by Brother Kalave.
Johnson's a counselor in the state presidency.
Brothers and sisters, many of you are aware
This is
that
Johnson.
the state police this past week charged President Hintze with the failure to report information about an abuse situation that was given to him when he was acting as clergy as a state president. And there's been a lot of information that's been out on the internet and causing questions. The articles fail to mention that based on the research and the position the church has, that President Hintze in this particular situation did not have discretion or was not permitted to report that particular information. This particular situation occurred over 20 years ago. The victims of the abuse are over 30 years old right now, and they've asked us to read a statement. The Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints works actively to prevent abuse. Our hearts ache for victims of abuse, and the Church is committed to addressing such incidents wherever they are found. The Church trains its leaders and supports their lawful efforts. The charges now brought by local prosecutors for failing to report the abuse are misguided, and the Church will vigorously defend him. The situation is much more complicated legally than the information you're reading on the internet would lead you to believe. One thing I can tell you is that Elder Cook, member of the Quorum of the 12 Apostles, has been actively monitoring and watching what is going on. President Haynie, who is the president of the area where we live, General Authority 70, has also thoroughly reviewed the situation. He's talked with all the lawyers involved. And the counsel we've been given is that we move forward, we continue to have our meetings, continue to work, and that all of this will be resolved appropriately, and that it's in Heavenly Father's hands, and that we're to have confidence in our church leaders and understand that everything that President Hintze did was fully approved by the church. He followed appropriate legal protocols, and that he's done everything that he was supposed to have done. Thank you.
Okay, so before I forget, a couple things of note there. It seems like they were saying the state president had no discretion legally, that he had no option. That's how I understood
That's
what he just said.
Mm-hmm.
That the state president had no option. His hands were tied, basically that he couldn't report.
Yes.
That doesn't seem true to me. Why? Any idea why he would think or believe or say that President Hintze would not have been allowed to report even if he wanted to?
I mean, according to the statute that we read, that doesn't make sense.
My understanding of it is they're trying to go for clergy penitent privilege. And because of that, if clergy penitent privilege is in effect, then Hintze wouldn't be able to go to authorities with the information that he had received.
But that doesn't apply to situations of abuse.
Correct.
In Pennsylvania, you're saying?
I think so. I mean, that's my understanding.
I mean, that's the difficult part is there's so much that's nuanced here. There's the fact, again, I'm sure this is what the church would say. It happened a couple of decades ago. It happened in a different state. They would probably say that because the confession happened under the priest penitent privilege, that ties the hands of the stake president. But what's complicated is the victim also reported to the stake president. So once, right, the stake president,
Stake president
the
found
victim's
out
mom, with your
from
mom.
my mom and then the victim.
So he finds out from people other than
So he could have told.
he could have
There
told.
was no.
Yeah. And then also there's the matter of him being responsible, knowing that there were children in the home of the abuser,
Mhm.
and that the abuser would have had 2 years to spend time with
Was
ward members and
encouraged
had
to go to the
access.
ward.
So it seems like the church was being deceptive there and giving him bad counsel. But because they have super powerful lawyers and lots of money, they probably felt confident that they could get him off, even if charged. A couple other things. So that felt dishonest to me, but I'm not a lawyer. It seems like they're saying, hey, don't worry, Apostle Cook knows. So he, by the way, I'm pretty sure Cook is an attorney.
I'm not sure.
Cook.
Is Cook an
Yes,
attorney?
he is. Yes.
Yeah. And I know he did entrepreneurial stuff and business stuff and hospital stuff, but I'm not sure about that. Maybe Julia can find out. But, it seems like he was saying, don't worry, the apostles know everything is, as it should be. And at the end, it seemed like he also said that the stake president, Hintze, did everything the church told him to. So they definitely weren't trying to pin this on Hintze as going rogue or doing something wrong. But also they're admitting that everything Hintze did came from them, came from the
I
top.
think the exact language they used was the church has approved of everything Hintze did.
Okay.
So
Interesting.
yeah, it definitely seems to me like there's that oversight that he was in communication with church general leadership or church attorneys, making sure everything was being done the way that they wanted it to be done.
Yeah.
The thing that stood out to me when I first heard that was, he said, you don't need to worry about what's going on. This is complicated and you just wouldn't understand. You just need to let the church has got this. You don't worry,
Yeah. Yeah. That's what
And I thought, this isn't complicated. This isn't as complicated as you're making it. He knew about something and should have told.
yeah. What was absent, I guess we should say what was absent from that statement. What would you like to have heard him also say?
Well, I think what's important, what people don't realize when I hear people defending things that happened in the stake, what I hear was Hintze did all that he could, or he didn't find out until later. What people don't understand was Shawn was excommunicated 2 years prior to his arrest, and Hintze encouraged him to go to church and be around their children for 2 years and did nothing to protect my children, knowing that they were living with someone who committed sexual abuse.
Or the members.
Yeah.
Correct.
From their children possibly being abused, right?
Yes.
Yeah. And then if somebody says, well, you should have protected your kids, I think that's where you say you were too close.
And I didn't know. I didn't know the extent of what he had done.
Right. Because he had lied to you.
Yeah. I didn't know.
Yeah. Okay.
Up until we start reading the arrest records and
based
they
on
publish what the charges are.
Based on the actions of everybody around me. But Hintze knew. Hintze knew the information.
Yeah. Yeah. And then they mentioned Haynie. I just wanted to pull up information on Haynie as well, because I think it's relevant who they're calling as area authorities and general authorities these days. And they mention Elder Haynie, and it says, Haynie got his JD, his law degree in 1985, also from Brigham Young University, and he practiced law for 25 years with the international law firm of Latham and Watkins, and then he opened his own law firm. So, it's no coincidence that 2 of the 3 members of the current Mormon Church First Presidency are attorneys, and that several of the Quorum of the 12 Apostles are attorneys, and that the several past church historians, official church historians of the Mormon Church, are attorneys, and that an overwhelmingly high percentage of area and general authorities that the church calls are attorneys, or corporate business executives that have had their own experience dealing with these sorts of matters. I just think that's something that's interesting. They're not calling as top church leaders, teachers, or mental health professionals, social workers, women, mothers, there's all sorts of professions, nurses, right?
Yeah.
There are all sorts of professions that could be called into leadership that could help influence both policy and care of members. They're not calling those people into leadership positions. They're calling lawyers and business executives. And I think that's by design, right? Because who can handle the scandal? Who can clean up the mess with as little collateral damage as possible? Who can follow instructions? Who are the company men that know how to obey and to deliver in an effective way, again, to keep the damage and the quiet minimum? That's who it seems like they prioritize. And most of all, who's most loyal.
And I think that's why Hintze was called as a 70, because he proved that he was loyal and would do what they said.
So before we talk about that, Hintze gets off. What do you know about how Hintze gets out of being charged with failure to report?
I know that the church attorneys talk to victim one, and he's a very active member of the church, and he does not want the church to get into trouble about this at all. And so I would guess is that they would need victim one to testify against Hintze to make the charges stick. And so the attorneys talk to him, and he doesn't want to do anything. And
so as far as you know, the Mormon church attorneys reached out to one of the victims,
to victim one,
who is a faithful member of the church.
Yes.
And possibly could have influenced him to not press charges?
That would be my guess. I mean, they did damage control, whatever that included.
There was a conversation.
They went to him, and my understanding that I've heard from family members is that they wanted to talk to anyone else in the family who was also in agreement with this victim. And so victim one contacted my mom and said, the church attorneys would like to talk to you as well. What would you have to say to them? And my mom is very upset about the whole thing. And she said, well, I'm going to tell them that they didn't protect people and they didn't do what they were supposed to do. And he said, well, then they're probably not going to contact you. And they didn't.
So your impression was the church attorneys didn't want to talk to anyone who weren't going to tell them what they wanted to hear and or play ball.
Yes.
With what they wanted, with what outcome they wanted.
Yes.
Okay. It does seem like a conflict of interest for the church attorneys to be talking to a faithful member who stood to testify against Hintze. I don't know if that's called witness tampering. I'm sure they know the rules. And
they didn't talk to victim two. They didn't talk to my parents. They didn't talk to me. They didn't.
Yeah.
I think the biggest thing from a legal perspective, and again, I'm not an attorney, so correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the issue is with getting through clergy penitent privilege is you would need for victim number one to testify that he had spoken to that stake president, and that is how he learned of the abuse. Without that testimony there, you can't prove that there is failure to report.
Oh, and we do know the stake president did talk to victim one?
Yes.
Yes.
And so the easiest way to get past clergy penitent privilege is get victim one to just say, hey, I reported the abuse and he didn't report it to the proper legal authorities.
Interesting. Yeah, because Hintze could hide behind priest penitent privilege for his conversations with Shawn, but he couldn't hide behind his conversation with the victim.
Correct.
Yeah.
So they may have gotten the victim who was faithful to just drop the charges. This feels like the mafia. Like in this Lego case that we covered yesterday, you guys were laughing. This is like when the mob boss, either intimidates or kills the witness so that there's no one to testify, or buys them off, right?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. This is probably the way the world works, not just in religion, but just with rich people and with successful people. But like, that's what this reminds me of. It's like The Godfather.
Yeah, there's a very real type of correlation there. Right?
And the
You're just
Mormon
doing it
hashtag,
correctly.
the hashtag Mormon Mafia is trending in June of 2026 because of this whole Lego scandal that happened with the American Force Police Department and this YouTuber Ben, I'm forgetting, Reckless Ben, and him trying to deal with some Lego fraud that happened. But anyway, I'll just share the news article. The news article, one of them says, charges dropped against Pennsylvania church leader accused of not reporting sex abuse. And then we have some excerpts from the article. A district attorney in Pennsylvania officially dropped all charges against a church leader. This is Hintze, who is accused of not reporting a sexual assault that occurred in 2000. And then a second part that was outlined. The victims and the victims' families requested the withdrawal of the charges. Okay, and I think you want to make the point that that's not fully true, correct?
I think victim 1 wanted the charges to go away, but nobody else did.
Not victim 2, not the parents of victims 1 and 2, not the sibling, at least one sibling of victim 1 and 2, and not victim 2.
Correct.
Yes.
Right?
Only victim 1.
So that's misleading, and I don't know why the news station would report something misleading.
Well, my guess would be that's what the attorneys told the DA. I mean, they probably said, "Why are you doing this? The victims and their family don't want it to happen."
Okay. So that would have influenced the DA, the church attorneys telling the DA that they've dropped their charges in the family.
And I think
so it's possible that church attorneys misled the DA?
I don't know. I mean, I wasn't part of any of that. But,
Yeah.
That's where we start to get into that speculative realm.
Yeah, right.
But the other thing I think that's important to recognize is the charges were dropped, because when I was talking to someone, they said, Hintze's a good guy. He was found not guilty. And that's not what happened. He was not found. He wasn't not found guilty.
He wasn't exonerated.
It's
like Joseph Smith's treasure digging. He wasn't exonerated. He was let go. The charges were dropped, but not because he wasn't guilty of the charges, right?
The church has lots of money and came to his aid, and the charges were dropped, which is very different than being found not guilty.
The church got him off.
Yes.
Just like a mob boss's lawyer can get a mob boss off, even if the crimes were committed, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. They had to get Al Capone on tax evasion because they couldn't get him on murder because there were no living witnesses to the murders, right?
Oh, there might have been witnesses, but they got paid off first.
Right.
Hard to hide a paper trail, though.
Yeah. Okay. And the last part of the article that was highlighted, it says Hintze initially was charged for the failure to report the alleged sexual abuse. The alleged, why is it alleged? It's not alleged if the victims and the perpetrator all agree. So that's interesting language.
And at this point, I think that he had already been convicted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dad would have been sentenced 6 months prior to Hintze's arrest. So
Well, that's weird since he confessed and he was convicted. Anyway, Hintze initially was charged for the failure to report the alleged sexual abuse of a 12-year-old boy by a man named Shawn Gooden, who was charged with the assault 13 years later in 2023. Okay. Anything you want to say about that?
I think that's all.
Okay. Oh, and then there's one other, I guess there's one other thing that's highlighted. The victims and the victims' families requested the withdrawal of the charges. In addition to consideration of the victim's request, the DA examined the circumstances of the defendant. Rhett Hintze has no criminal history. So Rhett Hintze's a nice guy. He hasn't done anything in the past. So that's another reason why he should be let go. And then the slide says, This story says that the victim and family asked for the charges to be dropped. Okay, we already covered that part. And that the church lawyers wouldn't talk to anyone else in the family. Oh, and then one last thing. I'm sure this is part of the settlement. The church had to give something. And it says, despite all charges being dropped against Hintze, the DA said the church he is affiliated with will be required to do training pertaining to the topics of sexual abuse and the reporting of it. So that sounds to me like the type of like concession that a guilty party would make in a plea deal or in a mediation or negotiation, so that the district attorney can say there were some consequences. So, yeah. And that was 2023, correct?
24.
2024, where those charges get dropped. Okay. And so that's when you did your interview with Radio Free Mormon, correct?
We did
around that time.
I think it was right after he was charged.
Okay, so that year.
He gets charged in January, I want to say. We interviewed with Radio Free Mormon in February.
Yeah. Okay. And I don't think Mormon Stories, I don't think I would have chosen to cover this story. And maybe y'all would have been fine with that interview with Radio Free Mormon until what happens?
He was called to be a 70.
So this is just like the audacity for me, after hearing this story fully, the audacity of the Mormon Church blows my mind.
It's like, we'll show you.
So here's, new Area 70 sustained at April 2026 General Conference Leadership Meeting. And lo and behold, in the 10th quorum of the 70, Rhett Hintze, 55, and then in Edders, Pennsylvania, is that a place?
Yeah, Edders.
Currently serving as president of the Harrisburg, Pennsylvania stake, former bishop and bishopric counselor, wife Melissa, 3 children. Rhett Hintze is called to be one of the top few hundred leaders in the Mormon Church. So in effect, he's promoted from stake president to area authority. What were your thoughts and feelings?
I couldn't believe it. It's been so long. This has been going on for so long, this whole saga. And I feel like for the most part, me and the kids, we're doing really well, and we don't really think about it much. But when this came out, it was like it brought everything back up again. I just thought, of all of the men that you could have picked, why would you do this? Why would you? It's like a slap in the face to everybody who went through this and everybody who was hurt by it, for the church to just say, we don't care what you think. We're going to do what we want. And we're going to reward him for sticking with what we said.
How'd you feel, Matthew?
I remember I was at work when it happened, and I was absolutely furious the entire rest of the day I was at work. Between doing my job, I was going on to social media, and I was putting out posts there for anything related to that announcement. I was like, hey, you should know that Rhett Hintze, one of the guys who was called, helped to cover up child sexual assault. And by the end of the shift, my manager is there and he's like, are you okay? You seem a little bit angry. I think I just told him, yeah, I just got some really bad news today. I'll be fine by tomorrow. But it was one of those things where I was just very visibly upset. And it was, like my mom said, it was a slap to the face. That after everything that had happened, the church decides to reward people who cover up sexual assault instead of trying to enact policies that would help to protect the vulnerable.
I mean, if I'm trying to make sense of it, I'm guessing, number one, the church feels justified in how it handles all this stuff legally. And it feels like a church did nothing wrong. And then I think the church also would say, and it did say, that Hintze did everything they asked him to do. So from the church's perspective, how could they hold it against Hintze because he did everything they told him to do? And from the church's perspective, they did nothing wrong to begin with. So I can see why they called him, but it's still the optics of it. It's just like the church needs better consultants because they keep doing things that just seem inexplicably self-destructive, right? Because they had to know this would end up on Mormon Stories, right?
I mean, one would think.
Maybe they thought, oh, it's a year removed, 2 years removed. No one's going to care now. Let's reward the guy.
I
Yeah.
don't know.
And it is just forgetting all of the optics. It's just callous for the victims. I mean, for your brothers, right? I wonder how your believing brother feels.
Yeah.
I wonder how your mom feels.
My mom was not happy.
Your mom? Who's Eloise?
So that's what I go by now.
Oh, okay. So this is your response.
Yeah. I go by Eloise now.
Do you want me to read what you wrote, or?
Sure.
It says, I am disgusted. I lived through the consequences of this kind of leadership. Instead of helping victims and supporting the vulnerable, the truth was kept hidden. When it mattered most, protection and accountability weren't there. Protecting image over people causes real harm that doesn't just disappear with time or titles. Watching that kind of leadership be elevated without real accountability is beyond disturbing. No promotion changes what was done or the impact it had. And you posted this. You posted this where?
On Facebook.
It looks like with the Harrisburg stake.
So the Harrisburg Stake posted that article, and then I reposted it with my comments. And my kids went on the Harrisburg Stakes post, and you want to say what you?
My words were a little bit more direct than what my mom would say.
What'd you say? Ish.
I'm pretty sure I just said it's disgusting to see that they're promoting pedophile protectors. I think is exactly what it is I called them. And again, right, the Facebook group moderators, they delete that shortly after
they
it gets
deleted
posted,
them all. But I commented on, I have not said much publicly. You know, we were on RFM, but that came about because somebody else was going on and asked us to join, and I said sure. But I haven't really publicly said much. I've tried to just, do my own thing and move on. But that I just really felt like people needed to know the truth. They needed to know who they were supporting. And so I made that post, and then I commented on somebody else's post, and it was one that Rhett and Missy were both tagged in. So they saw that what I had said. And less than a day went by, and my stake president contacted me.
And that's the text message we have.
Yeah.
Debbie, is it worth reading that?
I mean, you can. I mean,
I'll read it. I'll read it. Sister Gooden, it occurred to me as I read your Facebook post that maybe you feel as though no one has been willing to listen to you. I am willing, he misspelled it, I am willing to listen to you if you're interested. Either way, I'm praying for you and your children, President Smith. So how did you feel about that?
So I felt like, somebody had tattled and they wanted to, get Sister Gooden in line. And so they had asked him to reach out to me because since I've moved to my new house, I haven't been to church. I haven't talked to anybody in the ward. I had never talked to the stake president before. And all of a sudden he's reaching out to me. And so I said, I'm happy to talk to you. I don't know that it'll do anything at this point, but I'm happy to talk to you. And so he came over to the house, and we had a good conversation. He didn't know, obviously, anything. Nobody, now they will, but nobody knows what the full extent was and what everything was that happened. And so when I told him, he was shocked. He couldn't believe it. And he said, I want to apologize to you on behalf of the church. And I said, that's nice of you, but you're not the one who needs to apologize. You didn't do anything, and you can't apologize for all of those people.
Weirdly, the current church prophet, President Donald H. Oaks, is on record saying we neither seek nor offer apologies.
Yeah.
So it seems like he was out of line when he apologized for the church, actually.
Yeah.
Even though he meant well.
He meant well. And he was a very, very kind, and he listened, and you could tell that he was really surprised by the way that things went and wanted to do whatever he could to help. So that was nice of him.
Yeah. And, in your text response.
So I sent him that was what Matthew said.
That is what I would have said.
I told Matthew that I had told the kids, because I try to keep the kids up to date on what's going on. And I said, the stake president wants to talk to me, and this is what he said. And Matthew said, well, this is what I would say. And so I said to the stake president, it's not just me, it's my kids. And this is what Matthew says. And I sent it to him.
And so I'll just read this part, if it's all right, Matthew.
Go right ahead.
You basically say, that's a much more thoughtful response than I would have given. I simply would have said that those who protect pedophiles should be locked up with said pedophiles and not promoted to greater positions of authority over vulnerable groups and individuals. Jesus' response to those who harm children suggests a fate worse than being thrown into the sea with a millstone around one's neck. In your personal opinion, would you deem Rhett's promotion consistent with the teachings of the Savior? I think that's officially called a hot take. What would you add to that, Matthew?
Yeah, I think that I am fairly consistent on that hot take.
Yeah.
I think that crimes against children and against vulnerable people are just about the worst type of crime that you can commit. And what I think is very interesting looking at the scriptures is this is really the only time where Jesus just kind of out of the blue says, by the way, this is the worst thing that you can do, and I'm going to describe to you sort of an idea of what the punishment is going to be. The rest of the time, he's very open and very merciful, and he's trying to call people to come to him. And this is the one instance where he's like, no, actually, this is what I think should happen to people like that.
That is true.
And so for me,
it's pretty violent, by the way.
Yeah, I mean,
it's kind of what a mob boss would do.
Image. Yes, exactly.
Jesus recommends a mob boss like death, but to pedophiles.
Yes, specifically to pedophiles. And so again, when I look at an organization that claims to be the one true church and is acting in Christ's name, I have to say, well, Jesus is on the record. Why is it that the church doesn't seem to be consistent with what Jesus has said?
Yeah. I mean, it is a selective application of scripture, right? Whether they're ignoring the Book of Mormon in the case of keeping Shawn out of church, or ignoring Jesus's admonition for how child abusers should be treated, right?
Yeah.
So this story ends up, and I think I may have been slightly involved in this, but basically this story ends up in the Daily Mail with the headline, Mormon Church couldn't care less about sex abuse victims, claims son of pedophile bishop who is shielded by religious leader now charged with covering up crimes. So this story made the news. I mean, not New York Times, not Salt Lake Tribune, not Deseret News, but at least it made some news.
Yes.
It was in the Deseret News, wasn't
Was it?
No, it was Daily Mail.
But I thought Deseret News covered it too.
I would be really surprised if I would be super surprised if the Deseret News covered this. They may have.
So the story,
but it would have been in a way that made the church look good. I can promise you that.
I'll have to go back and look.
The story behind that article, if I remember correctly, it was around September, October-ish. I think there was something posted on the Mormon Stories YouTube channel where it was, if anyone has any stories about sex abuse cover-ups within the church, contact this reporter at Daily Mail. And at that point, I decided to reach out and share my understanding of events with the Daily Mail reporter. So I reach out to him and I start explaining how things had gone down for my dad, exactly how he had abused my uncles and how that had been covered up by the church. The issue with it at the time, though, is because I was still at BYU, I didn't really want to go on the record. I was worried that there might be some sort of backlash or retribution on the church through BYU if I were to go on the record against them. And so it wasn't published at that time. After Rhett was arrested in Pennsylvania, though, that same reporter reaches out to me again. And he's like, hey, I have some follow-up questions about Rhett Hintze. Are you willing to talk to me a little bit more about it? And so I do a second interview with him. We talk more about it. And that's when I decided to go on the record, because I figured that at that point I was just about done with school. And it was like, you know what, if they want to come after me for this, then that says more about the church than it does about anything else. So let's go ahead, go on the record and get everything straight.
Julia sent me a link to there was, in fact, a Deseret News article about this case. I'm guessing it was likely damage control because obviously this hit international news. And I think, because I'm curious, but also just to be fair, first of all, it was written by Tad Walsh, who, in my opinion, writes puff pieces that to favor the church. He's kind of like an apologist journalist. This is the way he covered just the recent lawsuit. If you read the article, there's so much he could have said about the church's lawsuit against me, but or my excommunication. He covered my excommunication. I mean, if anybody wants to have some fun, go back and read the way Tad Walsh covers the most delicate and controversial news stories that the church has with people like me or Tim Ballard or Kate Kelly or, Stake President, Area Authority Hintze. But let's go ahead and read the article because I'm just kind of curious. Is that all right? Because this is like specimen one of damage control by the church. So this article is June 7th, 2024. DA, District Attorney, drops charges against Latter-day Saint Stake President. That's the headline. Tad Walsh. A Latter-day Saint Stake President in Pennsylvania no longer faces a charge that he failed to report or refer suspected child abuse. The Dauphin County District Attorney's Office withdrew the criminal complaint Friday that had charged President Rhett Hintze of New Cumberland, Pennsylvania, with not reporting suspected child abuse allegedly committed by a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints in 2000. Why is he saying allegedly?
Or suspected.
Right. Yeah. Because he confessed, right? And was charged. So the church
at this point would have been convicted.
Convicted, yeah. The church praised the decision in a statement issued Friday afternoon. This is the church's statement. Quote, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints takes allegations of child abuse very seriously and complies with the child abuse reporting obligations. Church spokesman Sam Penrod said, the church has stood behind Rhett Hintze from the time this case was filed and appreciates the vigilant efforts of the district attorney's office to thoroughly review the case, which has resulted in the charges against him being dismissed. President Hintze complied with the law and supported the victims through the legal process. I think we've already talked about why that might not necessarily be true, right? Just because charges are dropped doesn't mean he complied with the law.
Right. Or he supported the victims.
Right.
I don't think that he was in touch with any of the victims beyond that one meeting.
I haven't spoken to him since Shawn was excommunicated.
Yeah. They go on to write, we are relieved and gratified that the Dauphin County District Attorney has withdrawn the charges filed against Rhett Hintze. Hintze's attorney, James T. Clancy, said in a statement provided to the Deseret News, it is clear from the facts of the case that the charges against Mr. Hintze were not warranted. Mr. Hintze has always been vigilant about the protection of children from abuse of any kind. Interesting. What do y'all have to say about that last sentence? Stake President Area Authority Hintze has always been vigilant about the protection of children from abuse of any kind. Summarize.
Well, he wasn't vigilant in protecting my children or the children in my ward or stake.
For 2 years.
For 2 years.
But why would they claim that he was vigilant?
I have no idea.
I mean, that's kind of outrageous. And then they give their justification. Police said Hintze learned about the abuse more than 20 years after it happened, while serving as stake president. The information came from two sources, a confession by Shawn Gooden and discussions with the man who says he was 12 years old when Gooden allegedly took him and his brother on a camping trip to French Creek State Park in 2000 and assaulted him. So they're admitting that he didn't talk to victim number 2, only talked to victim number 1, who was a faithful member.
Yes.
And who they felt like would play ball, maybe,
Yes.
potentially.
And they're continuing to say allegedly for everything.
Yeah. After Gooden revealed the abuse to Hintze, the stake president approached the victim. Now an adult, the victim asked Hintze to keep the matter confidential, Clancy said. Mr. Hintze immediately consulted with legal counsel. I'm sure that's true, Clancy said. Under the circumstances, a report to law enforcement was not required. Is that true?
I'm not a lawyer, so I don't. I mean,
I guess
according
that
to
would
what
be
that's the crux.
clearly the DA thought that a report to law enforcement was required. But if one of the victims is dropping the charges,
Yeah, I don't know.
As such, and honoring the adult victim's request, no report was made. Did victim number 1, your brother, tell the stake president not to report?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Victim number 1 doesn't talk to me, so I don't know.
To this day?
Yeah.
How long has that been?
Years since
All this happened.
since all this happened.
Why are you being punished?
I don't know.
I'll even say I speak with victim number 1 exactly twice a year. Every year on his birthday, I will text him happy birthday. And 2 days later on my birthday, he will text me happy birthday. And that is it. And it's been very surprising to me because, again, after everything came out, I started improving my relationship with the rest of my mom's family. I have since, and I guess for like the past 4 years now, I've been going to my grandmother's place for Thanksgiving. And I'll regularly see her. I'll regularly see victim number 2. And I would like to think that relationships are improving and getting back to where they were prior to all of this happening. Victim number 1, he lives in the same area as my grandma, and victim number 2, I have never seen him or any member of his family on any of those visits. And that's all I can say about it is for one reason or another, he just doesn't want any sort of contact with our family.
That's hard. It's hard when the victims and the victims' family members are punished.
It is.
And I guess he's a victim, but there's lots of victims. So it's sad when the collateral damage, is the way it is. I'll just go on. It says that Hintze guided the victim to report the abuse to law enforcement. But the victim didn't report the abuse to law enforcement as far as we know, correct?
As far as I know, he told his counselor, and the counselor called the police.
Right. So it was the counselor that did it, not the victim. So that just seems like the church covering its bases, but I don't know.
And I think after it was reported, the police, I'm sure, reached out to the victims to build their case.
Yeah. The report led to Gooden's conviction in Virginia, where he is serving prison sentence for child sexual abuse of the victim in that state. What it's not saying is that it's the therapist that made it so this happened.
Yes.
So they're trying to make it look like it was the church. It was because the church that the perpetrator ended up getting convicted.
I think what they want to say is that maybe Hintze didn't report it, but he encouraged the victim to report himself. And so Hintze didn't need to.
Yeah.
But that's not what happened.
I don't think so. Yeah, that feels misleading.
And in no way were my children or the members of the ward and stake protected.
Yeah. And they're not acknowledging it was the therapist that reported They're making it sound like it was the victim who reported because they told the victim to report, which I don't think is what happened. But I don't know.
Perhaps in the eyes of that attorney and journalist, they're thinking, well, a report was made, a conviction was made, and at the end of the day, those are the two important things, right?
But also the way they're crafting the language leaves you with the impression it's the church. It's this is only known because the church encouraged it to be reported, which I just think is generally the opposite of truth. Right?
Yes.
Virginia officials contacted Pennsylvania police about the alleged abuse related to the camping trip. Gooden was charged related to those allegations, and the prosecution is ongoing. Clancy praised the district attorney for withdrawing the charge against Hintze, which was filed in January. Quote, District Attorney Fran Chardo's decision reflects his office's thorough and professional review and consideration of the facts of the case, while also respecting the wishes of the victims of the tragic acts that occurred more than 20 years ago, Clancy said. Chardo determined the prosecution was not in the public interest, according to a news release issued by the district attorney's office. Quote, law enforcement authorities consulted with the family of the victims of the pertinent child abuse, the release said. The victims are now adults. The victims and the victims' families requested the withdrawal of the charges. So there again, he's repeating a misleading statement, which is that all the victims and all the family members of the victims all wanted the withdrawal of charges, correct?
Correct.
So that's not true. We applaud District Attorney Chardo for his shared commitment to vigorously protect children from abuse, as if that's the church's behavior as well. And we appreciate the careful consideration he gave to this matter, Clancy said. The Church of Jesus Christ called the charge misguided when it was filed in February and said it would vigorously defend Hintze. Police said Hintze, who as stake president oversees more than half a dozen congregations, is a mandatory reporter of abuse under Pennsylvania's Child Protective Services law because he is a religious leader. But like most states, Pennsylvania law carves out an exception for information clergy learns through privileged communication, often known as priest-penitent privilege, which doesn't involve the confession of the victim's mom.
Correct.
Right?
Yeah, I mean,
or
the
the
first that he heard about it was from my mom.
Yeah. Confidential communications made to a member of the clergy are protected, the law says. Again, Ted Walsh, that seems to be misleading because that's not what happened here.
Yeah. My mom was the first one, and I know that my mom was not happy with the way that it was handled. I know that she would not have said, drop the charges.
Yeah.
Nor do I think victim number 2 would have wanted that.
Yeah. Well, that feels misleading and deceptive. And most importantly, the biggest problem is that to this day, it seems like the church continues to keep abuse quiet, discourage in any way that it can victims or victims' family members from reporting abuse to police, and does everything it can to keep everything quiet and hush-hush, and these actions make it so future victims like Wade Christofferson's victims become victims because this is all quieted and hushed and swept under the rug, and perpetrators are allowed to continue associating with members and family members, having never been told that they're in the midst of a predator. I mean, that's what it comes down to. And in 2026, I don't know that we're any better off than we were in 2020 or 1990 or ever. So
Yep.
that was a lot of work. We're 3 hours and 48 minutes in. I guess I guess, the question that we've asked a few times throughout this episode is, looking back now, are church leaders right that all of you would have been better off having stayed quiet, sweeping this under the rug? Matthew never been told, the children never been told, grandma staying quiet, you, Rebecca, staying quiet, your husband, Shawn, being allowed to become stake president or area authority someday or whatever, you guys serving church missions, and the children, the family being kept together, and Shawn never going to jail, and the family staying intact. And who knows, maybe y'all would have gotten the second anointing at some point, right? like as you're sitting here now, are Mormon church leaders right that this would have all ended up better if it was all swept under the rug and kept quiet? What's your answer now?
No.
Why not?
At the time when it was all happening, it was devastating, and I wanted nothing more than for it to just all go away because it was really hard. But now that I'm on the other end and can see things more clearly, I think that it's important. I think that it's important that people who hurt children are punished, that they go to jail. And I think that people who cover up for them are held responsible as well. And I think that it's important that we have mandatory reporters, because I think that people that are in the midst of this situation when it's going on they just can't even think straight. They can't be held responsible to make good decisions. I mean, it takes time to process things and to figure out what's best. And now that I'm on the other side of that, I can see that. And I'm grateful for the people that came forward and said what they said.
What about your personal life?
My personal life is way better.
How is that even possible?
I have a great life.
Are you still active in the church?
I have not been to my ward since I moved. No.
So how long's that been?
That was in September.
Okay, so
I was going off and on to my last ward, mostly because of my bishop that, like I said, took really good care of our family. But when we moved in September, I haven't been back, and I miss going. I mean, I miss the community, and so I'm engaged now, and my fiance and I talk about, maybe finding a church or a community to go to. But after all that's happened with Rhett Hintze, I don't know that I'll ever be able to go back to the Mormon church.
What has this done to your beliefs?
Well, I think that if the church was led by a prophet who could, as you said, see around corners and knew things, that men who abuse children would not be called as bishop. And so I don't believe that the leaders of our church know what's best for us. I mean, I think that I grew up a certain way and was told what to think and what to believe, and I went along with that. And I didn't think for myself as much as I should. And since this has all happened, I've been forced to take care of myself in a different way. Before I relied on the church and Shawn to take care of me and to help me. And since this has happened, I've been forced to take care of myself and to learn things for myself. And while it was really hard, it's been really good. And I'm really happy now.
Well, what's been good?
So the first thing I did was I went back and I finished my degree at BYU and I graduated. I'm in graduate school now to become a therapist. I have a job.
Let me just really quickly, I think I've got some photos.
I sent you some pictures.
And just want you to tell us what's in these photos, if you can even see them. So what's that a photo of?
That's when I graduated BYU.
So you went back and got your bachelor's degree?
I did it online, yeah.
How long ago?
Matthew and I graduated together.
We did. Graduated April of last year is when they had the ceremony.
So this is just last year.
Yeah.
Y'all graduated together?
Yep.
How fun is that?
Yeah, we were
That
there
was really cool
together.
day.
Okay,
was
then what's
great
this
day.
a photo of?
I bought a house, my very own house.
You bought your own house.
It was great. When I went in and signed the paper, it said, Rebecca Gooden, single woman sole owner. It was great.
And who is that photo? Do you want to say who that photo is?
That's my youngest son.
Okay. And then what's this photo?
I'm in grad school,
With the Messiah.
Messiah University. Yeah.
So you're in grad school for what purpose?
To become a therapist, licensed clinical therapist.
And do you have a sense for what population you want to try and work with?
Yeah, women like me that are transitioning and need some help in reclaiming their voice, and maybe who have been in religions or relationships that have kind of squelched that.
And you're using a new name now?
Yeah.
Do you want to talk about that?
Sure. So when everything was happening, and I'm going to get emotional. When everything was happening, I didn't think that I had the strength to do anything. I was really low. My family had abandoned me. My church had abandoned me. And I just didn't think that I was strong enough to do what needed to be done. And I had remembered when I used to go to karaoke with a friend, and she was a great singer, and I never thought I could sing very well. And so I had a karaoke name, and it was Eloise. And so when I wasn't brave enough to go sing, I would call myself Eloise, and I would go and sing karaoke with her. And it was fun. And it was fun to just pretend that I was somebody else. And so when all of this was happening, I thought, I'm not strong enough. But if I was strong enough, what would I do? And I thought in my mind, I would make new friends, and I would go back to school, and I would, there was a whole list. And so there were the things that I would do if I was braver. And I named that braver version of me Eloise. And so now I go by Eloise.
So you've renamed yourself.
So when the divorce was final, I asked if I could legally change my name, and they said they couldn't at the divorce, but that's what I go by. Everybody that I am friends with now, they all call me Eloise.
It's like you've been born again.
Yep.
I mean, you know, when you think about being a wealthy, retired Mormon couple serving church missions with a large righteous posterity,
Yeah.
I can see an angle where that's like every Mormon's dream, right?
Yeah, and that's where I thought we were headed. And so it was, I mean, my whole identity had to shift. It was a complete change. And I had to, that version of me had to die and be reborn.
And some would say that's just all sadness. In fact, a Mormon would say wickedness never was happiness, and that the church's plan is the great plan of happiness. So other plans, just by definition, are going to be less happy. But you're saying there's an angle which you're more happy now.
Yes.
How could you say that if leaving the church in effect and going your own way has led to greater happiness?
I just am. I'm living my life on my terms and the way that I want it. And I think that I mean, at my core, I'm the same person that I always was. I think that through the things that I learned at church, and, you know, like those, we heard in the beginning about what women were supposed to do, or, you know, what their role was supposed to be. I think that that chipped away at who I was. And I think that parts of my marriage chipped away at who I was. And so I think now that I've come through all this, I am able to just be myself again. I can, you know, I'm still a good person. I still have good friends. I still do good things, but I do it on my terms, and I'm really happy.
And I'm sure it's nice to have a husband who's successful and retired and who can take care of you. I'm sure there's a level where that's nice, and there's some downsides to that. But the flip side is, I also imagine it's nice to be able to like go back to school, get your degree, go to graduate school, get a house, and realize that you can take care of yourself.
Yes.
You don't need
Because
a man
that was one of the biggest anxieties was I can't take care of myself. I haven't made a decision on my own in 25 years. I don't even know how to make a decision, is how I felt. I don't know how to take care of myself. And so through this process, just little things, changing the battery in my car or turning my grill on or, getting a job. I'm just making decisions for myself and not going back and asking my husband or saying a prayer about it to make sure it was the right decision or.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I'm engaged now to a great man. And one of the things that I love best about him is he believes in me. And if I say, I don't know what to do, he doesn't give me the answer or say, I'll do that for you. Oh, there he is. He says, you're amazing and you've got this.
Hmm.
So,
And is that a different type of relationship than you had with Shawn?
yes. Yeah. When I was married, I always felt like I was along for the ride in his life.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was powerful. That was beautiful. Yeah. So I'm curious how, Matthew, how you would answer the same question. Because, there's you love your dad, there's dad's great, and BYU graduate. And I imagine this may have affected your faith. I don't know.
To a certain degree, yes. I was already deconstructing everything from several years prior to finding out about everything.
Oh, really?
Yes. How'd
that happen?
Shortly after I came back from my mission, for reasons I won't get into, I was very angry at God. And part of what I had come to realize was the God that I had been raised to believe in, that's taught in Mormonism, that idea of God and I just didn't really get along too well. And I came to realize that the type of God that I believe exists and that the church teaches is not the same thing. And for lots of different reasons, I went through that deconstructive process. But one of the big things that this experience helped for me with is in relation to the restoration. We teach the importance of the priesthood and of proper priesthood authority. And that if someone through unrighteous dominion, it says amen to their priesthood. My dad, he was the one who baptized me. He was the one who ordained me to the Aaronic priesthood, to the Melchizedek priesthood. He was there to set me apart as a missionary. He was there for each and every one of those ordinances. And it kind of raises this question of, okay, so amen to my dad's priesthood, because obviously child sexual assault is definitely unrighteous dominion. Does my baptism count? Does my ordination to the priesthood count?
Technically, no.
What happens to all of the people that I taught and baptized on my mission? Why isn't the church sending representatives out to them saying, we need to get your ordinances redone? We found a break in the priesthood authority. And it was like, okay, so we're not caring about the break in priesthood authority. So are we saying now that my ordinances count because of my faith? If that's the case, then look back at first century Christians. They were being faced with death by gladiator combat if they weren't willing to renounce Christianity. Are we really going to say that their faith doesn't count just because the people who baptized them and were teaching them might have been wicked or corrupt? And if that's the case, well, then why doesn't God say, well, Catholicism or any other branch of Christianity just works for his purposes? And so it was this idea of, well, there isn't really a need for a restoration or a priesthood as the church likes to teach that there is. And so for me, that was a really big step towards stepping away from the church and realizing that I didn't really need its beliefs or to think that it had the secret to my own personal happiness. Because in reality, it was actually very counterproductive to what it is that I wanted to do to be happy.
So you didn't leave your mission very happy or whole, it sounds like.
I like to think that I was happy on my mission. My mission had some of the highest and lowest moments of my life.
Yeah.
And at the time that I left, I was very happy that I had served.
But you were angry with God.
I was very angry with God.
So
Yes.
it's yeah.
Again, I feel like life and a mission are both very complicated, right?
Yeah,
I can recognize I made really good friends. I can
Yeah.
recognize that the people that I served, the country that I went to, I absolutely love Mexican culture and cuisine
Yeah.
and all of the things that I learned while I was there.
Yeah.
I don't think it was good for my relationship with God, though.
Yeah. And so sounds like you don't believe the Mormon church is the true church anymore.
No,
Okay.
I will point out 1,000,001 different reasons for why I don't think that is the case. But
Okay. All right. And it can be, we did an episode just a couple weeks ago that 40% of the Mormons raised Mormon in the U.S. have left the church over the past 25 years. So think about that. That's like 1 million Mormons that were raised in the U.S. as faithful Mormons by Mormon families have left in the past 25 years. That's a lot, especially when you think that now there's only like 4 million active members worldwide. That's like half of the members in the U.S. who again, were at some point Temple married, missions, whatever, have left. It can't be that this abuse epidemic is not affecting people leaving, or to say that without the double negative, the abuse epidemic in the church has to be contributing to this massive number of people leaving the church, and y'all are two casualties.
I think the church works until it doesn't. I mean, I remember when we were raising our kids when they were younger and everything seemed great. I thought this is a great way to raise kids. There's a community and we're teaching them good values and what could possibly be wrong. And one of my brothers that was not a victim, he left the church first. And he said, the church is a horrible way to raise kids. And I couldn't understand it. I said, what do you mean? We're happy. We're doing great things. But I remember right after we had to tell the kids that Shawn was excommunicated, the first question they asked me was, are we still sealed as a family? And I was devastated that I thought they didn't ask about victims or the lawyers or the jail, or they were worried that our whole eternity was in jeopardy because of what Shawn had done. And I thought, this is not healthy. This is not.
Yeah.
And do that. Again, looking at church teachings, something that had always stuck with me since even before my mission was the teaching of wickedness never was happiness. And for me, the inverse had to have obviously been true then of if you're not happy, it must be because you're doing something wrong.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Your sadness, your depression, anything like that, is God punishing you for sinful behavior.
Yeah.
And for me growing up, I dealt with depression. And a lot of it was just seasonal. A lot of it was being a teenager, right? Lots of stuff going on then. But part of it came back to this idea of God is punishing me for every little thing that I do to mess up. And it's just like, what exactly is it that I'm doing that is so wrong?
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I'm trying to do everything by the book. I feel like I'm trying to be as perfect of a Mormon as the church has taught me how to be.
Yeah.
And it just gets exhausting because of that.
Yeah.
Because it teaches you that, well, if you're not happy, if you're feeling sad or depressed, the answer isn't to seek help. It isn't to find ways to improve your situation. It's it's because you're doing something wrong. We don't know what it is. We don't know what's happened, but clearly you are the person at fault and you need to be the one to change that.
Yeah. Yeah. And those are the implications. And I learned this being basically working as a psychologist to students at Utah State University. And that's just that Mormons have their fair share of depression and anxiety and divorce and abuse and addiction. And there's no evidence that, around the margins, there's some ways that Mormons can be healthier than average in this way or that. But in terms of the great plan of happiness, causing Mormons to be significantly happier than the non-Mormons around them. There's just no evidence of that. It's small effect sizes, only on average, but not the massive gains you would expect. And y'all were living proof of living the gospel to the fullest. And then this hurricane tornado happens to you for no fault of your own, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. In fact, the church, you could argue, made it worse. You know?
Yeah, the support wasn't there.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I know that there's other people like me that are going through this or have gone through this. And if the church really wants to help people, it needs to be better at helping people like me and my family.
Well, you know, Mormon Church, if you're listening, we offer, I don't want to speak on behalf of y'all, but like I can say my heart, my desire isn't to destroy the church, isn't to make the church go away. I don't think the church is going to go away. It's too wealthy and strong and powerful. My heart is not even in embarrassing or shaming the church or area authority, Hintze, or whatever. It's literally to have the church change its policies so that less people are harmed. That's my motives. So thank you both. Should I say Eloise?
Sure.
Eloise and Matthew, I just want to thank you both for your courage and your strength and your graciousness in being willing to tell your story, because my hopes is the church will improve its policies after hearing your story and others like you. But even if that doesn't happen, there's going to be a lot of victims that feel validated by hearing your experience. And there'll be people who make decisions about how they interact with the church more wisely based on hearing your story. So for all of those reasons, Eloise and Matthew, thank you so much for telling your story on Mormon Stories. Any final words?
No, I think what you said is great. I too have never wanted to tear down the church. I really have not said much about the whole situation, but I think that when Hintze was made a 70, I just think people need to know the truth. They need to, so that they can make decisions and they can do the right thing.
Yeah. Matthew, any final words?
Yeah, I think to that effect, I think God wants all of us to be happy. It's one of those things that I genuinely believe in. And I think at times God will use the church to help people to be happy. For some people, it works for them, and finding the church and being in the church can really help that person to feel happy and to feel God's love. But that doesn't absolve the church from making its community and its environment as safe as possible for everyone. And so, yeah, I don't want to see the church destroyed. I don't want to see I go away. I want it to be as safe for the people who are in it and who it's working for, to feel that happiness, to be able to be safe in that environment.
Yep. Beautiful. All right. Well, thanks again for telling your stories. It's been beautiful and powerful. Thank you. And thanks to all of you for joining us today on Mormon Stories. I dropped this in Julia's lap to do a lot of the preparation work. So huge thanks to Julia for her work in producing this episode and making it possible. Also, Brooklyn helps out in post-production. So thanks to her and to Margie and everyone at the Open Stories Foundation, including our board. We have to thank our donors. We couldn't do this without our donors. So thank you. If you donate, please subscribe to this channel, like this episode, share it, comment on it. All those things help with the algorithm. And if you don't donate and you value this type of content and you want to see this type of content continue, you can go to mormonstories.org/donate and become a monthly donor or a one-time donor. And we are being sued by the Mormon Church. I believe it's because they want to bankrupt, silence, and destroy Mormon Stories and our nonprofit. And I believe partly why they want to do that is because we continually have covered this issue of abuse. So if you don't want to see the Mormon Church crush and silence us and destroy us, one thing you can do is donate to our legal fund at mormonstories.org/legal. That will help us pay for our defenses to keep the church from destroying and bankrupting us. But even if you don't do any of that, we just hope you valued this content. And we hope you'll tune in again for more episodes of Mormon Stories in the future. Email us with feedback at mormonstories@gmail.com. If you want to apply to be on the show, you go to mormonstories.org/apply, record a 3-minute video, fill out the application, and we are always looking for more people to interview. And we're just looking for people that know our audience and have consumed a lot of Mormon stories, have an interesting story to tell, and are a good storyteller, and have a good sense for why our audience would value your story. So please apply. And that's it. Thanks again for tuning in. Be good to each other. Be kind to each other. And we'll see you all again soon on another episode of Mormon Stories Podcast. Take care, everybody.